Okay, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. Welcome. Welcome to the day we hit the update button. And again, and again. Hey, Scotty Dog. Hi, the GPs and Kevin. Hey, Bill. Hey, Rod and Andres. Hi, the Shrimp Father and the Reverend and 1066. Hey, PF Dennis. Hey, Nogorot. R3D Remy. Arthur and B. McNichol. Kobe. Cliff. I want to thank Raj D for becoming a member. Before we get too far, I need to have a short, and this is okay, just to preface that, a short moment of silence. I'm not going to say whose fault it was, but we need a short moment of silence for the coffee cup. Our very special Voron design coffee cup from our Czech and Slovak friends. I'm not going to tell you whose fault it was. I'll let you guess whose fault it was, but I want to influence your opinion of a certain couple of guys. But I was very sad. So it was amazing that it kind of held together there. I was able to set it together, and now I can put it out, throw it away. Where are the guys? Come on. Oscar, Felix. They've been following me to the garage all morning. Now they decide not to. So. Hey, Dr. Kyle, aka Dave. Let me catch up here. Hey, JNR and Amar. Hey, Derek. Hey, Lewis. Hey, Giles? Is that how you say that? Collie? Thunderkeys, thanks for being a member. Don't click the update button. I'm going to click the update button over and over and over. Hey, Smoles. Hey, Thomas. Hey, Jack. Hey, Delvin. Fixter J, thanks for becoming a member. Mitchell and Arbor 3D. Sinfodal? What else do we have? Steven. Scott, welcome. Joey. Okay, I gotta just catch up. I gotta just scroll to the end. I can't keep up. Thanks for being a member, Arbor 3D. The dog wouldn't have done that. The dog wouldn't have been up on top of my bench. Also put a dent in my fancy new camera. Knocked this whole side of the table off. Put a little dent in my fancy new camera. It still works, at least. Hey, Clownhammer. Hey, Tin Talon. Derek, thanks for the gifted memberships. Dylan, thanks for being a member for 2 years. All the update buttons all at once. No, one at a time. We will hit one at a time. Poity, a member for 32 months. Thank you. God, 2.5 years already. Yep. And nice. 10 months. Thank you. It's only a cup compared to the joy they provide. This is true. How do you like that camera? I just got the Tiny 2. The color reproduction is amazing on it. So I've been really happy. Oh, they'll get treats. If they show up, they'll get treats. Pushing Plastic, thanks for being a member. Trying to get a bit more active. Thank you. Hey, Mafo. Sven. Thomas, thanks for being a member. Where's the Voron 1.0? I am not tackling the Voron 1.0. It is vintage. It needs to stay that way. That's my excuse, and I'm sticking to it. Hey, Juris. Hey, Jose. Speaking of this camera, we'll just point it at the general area over here. But considering like this, that is a true representation of that color filament, this cookie CAD. I wasn't getting that off of the Logitech. That is what it looks like in person. So I've been really, really happy with it. And focus seems to work pretty well. Get up close, get away. Yeah. It won't include Prusa printers. I have all the 3 Prusa printers I have up to date. So there wasn't, I mean, when I decided to do this, they were already up to date. What black is that? This is, I don't remember, but it's a carbon fiber filled black. I was printing a bunch of these in carbon fiber and glow in the dark during the Obsidian beta. Just throwing abrasive filaments at an Obsidian nozzle. I think I was the one to push the most kilograms of plastic through outside of E3D in that beta test. So, Mike, thanks for becoming a member. Wow, I'm having a hard time keeping up. We're designed for meetings, not color corrections. Yeah. What do we got there? What? Nobody cares what, Kobe? Is it Kobe's birthday today? Let's say happy birthday, Kobe. You got to realize, chat goes by fast. I'm pretty good at keeping up with chat, but I'm not perfect. Tiny Truckin', thanks for being a member. From a 2.4 apart sometime soon. Okay, so today, what we are going to do is we are going to just have a relatively, this is not a race. That's one thing. This is not a race. The challenge is not to get through all 6 printers that I have out here. The challenge is to just go through and react as to what we see, what issues or whatever we come across. The goal will be to update each printer in every aspect. OS. Now, OS, I don't know if I'm going to bother going from Bullseye to Bookworm, but if there's a printer here with Buster on it, we're going to update it. But Clipper, Moonraker, firmware on the MCUs, rep firmware. There are a couple of rep firmwares here, that kind of stuff. So I'm going to make up the rules as I go along because it's my channel and I can. So if something is going to hang us up and I feel like it's going to monopolize the stream, then we're going to move on. This is not intended to be a frustrating stream. It's intended to, I need to update a few of these printers. I want to try get doing some stuff with them. So let's see. Thomas, thanks for being a member. Kiloprints, did I say thanks for being a member? Let's brick some printers. That's not the intent. Hey, Sanity. Tom, thanks for becoming a member. New SD flash or do release upgrade from right. So if we run into a Buster printer, we've already done the upgrade in place of Buster to Bullseye. And that was a 3-hour in and of itself Tuesday stream. That was a frustrating stream, but it was rewarded with success at the end. So if anybody wants to go back and watch that, it's in the Green V2 series. I will be doing reflashes, but we'll go through the process of backing up configuration and history and restoring them. So, there is a modified Polymaker filament giveaway today. So for every, I don't know the GPs. I don't know what the oldest is. I honestly don't know what the exact state of these are. For every success, complete success for a printer, we will be doing a roll of Polymaker filament giveaway. That is a rolling giveaway. We will not be doing it. As we succeed, I'm going to grab the list of names that are out there at the time, and we're going to spin for a winner. We will do that up to 6 times today, based on the printers I have here. So it'll be a little different. It won't be at the 3-hour mark. Still have to be here to win. You do not have to enter more than once. I will be pulling from the exact same pool of names. However, if you are drawn, then you're not eligible. And I'm going to have to pull a fresh set of names each time. So it's not going to be reasonable for me to remove the previous winners before I spin the next. So if you are drawn twice, it'll just get respun. So, hey, Stuart from Scotland. I got old last week. Bill got old last week? Bill, why didn't you tell me it was your birthday? We missed your birthday because I didn't stream last week. We got to say happy birthday to Bill, for sure. I gotta say, after going through your first switch wire stream, your beard has come a long ways. Yeah, I had it cut way down for a while there. I grew it long. I didn't have it long until a few years ago for the first time. And then I cut it back, and then I've let it grow again. Much to my wife's chagrin. Hey, Redacted. Okay, so the way we are going to select the update to be done, and I still don't have cats in here. What is the deal with that? Okay, before we get into that, I'm gonna put you in the hands of Dancing Max. I did forget one thing over in the other garage, so I'm gonna take the opportunity to round up the cats, grab that thing, and then I'll be right back. There we go. Okay, let's see how long I stay up here. Okay, I grabbed some extra SD cards, because if we're doing fresh flashes, I'm gonna do them on fresh SD cards. Bye-bye. Oh, there you are. Nice jump. Oops, not that. That's not what I wanted. I wanted... I am all over it. There we are. A little cat view. Okay, let me catch up. Did I miss anything major? So we are going to do, like I said, we're going to do a rolling giveaway. One spool every time. Every time we're successful, we are going to pick the printer we're going to pick the printer we are going to update with Wheel of Names. We got a good picture of Oscar and Felix in their bed yesterday. I took this picture yesterday and it fit pretty well. So, you still haven't revealed the culprit? I said I'm not going to. I don't want to sway your opinion on them. And by the way, I went for a large cup of coffee today because I may need it. Hey, Kyber. Hopefully we get to one spool. Oh, yeah. Like I said, I'm not going to let one printer monopolize the stream. So, Clifford Hopkins, we won't. So, criteria for a successful update is that Clipper or RepRap firmware is happy, and probably the printer homes or something like that. So, let's do a little early stream. Although we've had a very active chat today. This is good. Let's do a quick, how many times should we shuffle this thing? And we won't do this every time. We're not going to do this every time. We're going to do this for the first one. And then I'll just shuffle it a few times in between. So, I think Joey's got it. He came in here right away with a 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and spin. Who's our winner? Okay, we're starting right off with RepRap firmware. Straight to it. No, gray. I read gray. I meant the blue one is RepRap firmware. We're going to the LDO V0.2 S1 that we built on stream. Right here. It's good. It's a printer that gives the cat some space. Felix can hang out. Gray V0. For some reason I was thinking, I had that mixed up. You know You know how the brains work. Let's dust it off a bit. It hasn't been printed with in a while. Now, this is probably, PF Dennis, thanks for gifted memberships. This is, if I had to guess, the least updated printer in the bunch. If I had to guess, this is the least updated printer in the bunch. So this will be fun. And so some of the interesting things about this is we have an MCU in the display. So this is a STM042 MCU in the display. It has the LDO Pico Billicle setup. So it has an RP2040 companion board, and it probably has a Big Tree Tech Pico or the E3 Pico or whatever the name of that board. Get this one working its plain sailing. We'll see. Start with the headache. Yep. Hey, Zarp. Straight into a full rebuild. Fun times ahead. I don't know. This could potentially have Buster on it. So we will find out. So let's look at it a little bit. This is a V0.2. It was built on strain. This is an 80 millimeter top hat. So the rest of my V0s are 100 millimeter top hats. So this one's a little shorter. Bill Brothers, thanks for your gifted memberships. Updated VCore 3 today. Time to remember which CAN toolboard I had in there. Yeah. So we are going to need a little bit of access to the back. So we've got a spool holder to get out of the way, and then probably just, let's look, confirm what we have in here. We could do this a couple of ways. We know it's gonna need updated, but if we didn't, we could boot it up and look at the current config. I really like this printer in terms of the aesthetics and the appearance. That purple and gray worked out real well. I think that's Sparta Sparkle Purple. Yep, I just answered Amar. Here we are. Seen that printer a while. No, hey Doom. Show the umbilical cable mounting. Mine is pretty close to the top. Yeah, it's pretty close. It's right up in there. This is the setup. It has a Pi Zero with the LDO little USB board, and it is a what do they call that thing? SKR Pico is what it's called. Thomas, thanks for gifted memberships. Nat Tater, is V0 worth the build volume with Micron or solid fork out? I think so. I think as a supplementary printer, it is. I think it's worth it. I think it is minimal headache to work with, manage, maintain, work with, less things to worry about. Hey, game. So we did the Charlie's Angels stream yesterday, and Felix is the front runner for Chief Inspector right now. He spent a good amount of time just sitting there like a loaf watching me work. It was pretty cute. It was pretty awesome. I actually have a picture. I'm gonna just do the whole show the phone thing because I don't have it downloaded, but he was doing this. He was sitting there watching me work just like that for a good while. It was perfect. We were working on, just a little aside, we were working on the Reaper. And this is the progress we made yesterday, is the front end assembly. This took a surprisingly long time to do. We didn't really run into any major issues until the very end when I had a couple of nuts spinning in the frame that this bolts to. But this is, can't wait for this to be assembled because it's gonna look awesome. But let me put that aside. We've got oops, there we go. Oscar settling in. Managed to save the sun's 2.4 hot end from the blob of death. Ooh. So, haven't seen that angle. Okay, so SKR Pico, there is, if we look up in here, that is the Pico umbilical board. So let's see, what's that storage system? This is all Acro Mills. This is Acro Mills bins, and then I have out on printables, and the link's in the description to my printables page, these little divider inserts. Okay. I mean, Oscar may have to settle for deputy inspector. Really. At this point. Yeah, yeah. Jeremy and Kayla are building one as well. And Mandic built one. I've been building these 3D sets models for a while though. So I don't feel like I'm stepping on any toes. Kobe, that's Max. So that's Russian cat food, founder of Voron. That's a clip from when I had him on stream when we were building the Voron kit. So. Okay. Let's see here. Let's see if this thing even boots up. That could be a potential. Now, I was having some issues with these displays coming up. .3D sets, I bought a lot and printed nothing. I've only printed about half of what I've bought as well. To context on the Russian cat food for Max. I don't remember the story on that one. I don't remember exactly. You'll have to ask him next time you see him. That might be Smurf, but... Well, Jackie, we are updating things. So I guess let's just find out if it showed up. So this is V0 gray. Let's just see if it's out there. It is not. Rerun is my fastener. What is the context? You fed the Russian guy cat food. I printed one out of a lot. So on these V0s I've had this problem with. I have had success in just power cycling them. The printer's on. I've got power LEDs, and things are getting power, and things are. Let me make sure I didn't spell gray the other way. Let's just make sure. Nope. And then we'll double check, make sure it's not sitting out on my network on some other name. Hey, Biney. It shouldn't still be booting. Let's see, clients. No, it's sitting there. It's on the network. Why isn't it? It isn't A. Huh. Oh, let's try it again. See, this is how today's gonna go, huh? Let's see if we can SSH to it. Oops. I can. Huh. We can. Right off the bat. Yep. So, like I said, I want to keep this the basis here grounded. We are not in a race today. This is just, we'll cycle through and figure out where we're at. Now, why is this not working? Where are we? We do have a printer data folder. For a V0 to a Tri0. Hey, deploy. The problem's catapulted by IP address. No, I'm here. I'm in here, but, well, yeah, that's true. What IP is it getting? Can I even ping it? Well, I can, but, I mean, it's here. It's on the network. Yeah. What is IF config? I mean, I'm on there. It's just, it's not responding. I'm just going to, I'm just going to shut down and reboot because I mean, this is, power cycling has done the trick on these. This one has not had the update button pressed, Dead Bob. So. Powered on. Let's see what happens. And I may run into things. I mean, I'm very receptive to suggestions. I will be selective in what suggestions I try. But, hey, Jack. We're here. What does this say? And it's probably going to be the same, right? Yeah, there we go. There we go. We are in. So hopefully during the process of updating, things will get a little more consistent. How close to the lens can you focus with your new camera? Pretty darn close, Tuxedo. Within a few inches. Okay, here we are. Let's see what we have. So we have basically happy printer now. Display's working. Not necessarily consistent, but it has been a very long time since this was powered on. So let's see let's investigate where are we at on this. Because like I said, I did not do any pre-checking on any of these printers on what state they were in right now. So we are Buster. So we did talk about, we want to update from Buster to the latest. I am going to keep this one on mainsail. I have printers on mainsail, I have printers on fluid, and I know you can run both. I don't bother with it. I split it. I have enough printers I can split it and experience it across printers. Printer is working, so let's break it. Exactly. So the method of updating the Buster we are going to do, and I think this is a good thing to do, is from here, from version 11 to latest, there were beacon issues. Okay, this doesn't have a beacon. The method we are going to use that'll be good to go through is back up the config and history and start a fresh image and on a fresh SD card. That way I have this SD card. I bought a whole set of SD cards. So let me get this thing open. Bought a whole set of SD cards. I had thought, and I wanted to be prepared to do some of the neat stuff like backing up to GitHub and doing scripted updates and stuff like that, but I didn't really get comfortable with it before this stream. So what I'd like to do is on a future stream, future build, cover that stuff and try to be prepared for that on a future build. But today this will be just the same update process that I would normally use for various things. So I have an SD card. While we're doing all this other stuff, we're gonna get the image going on it. So if Clipper Dead tried updating from this far back, we are. So let me go through the process that I'm planning on going through for this. We're gonna start an image. We're gonna use the Pi imaging utility to put a fresh main cell image on a fresh SD card. While that's doing that, we're gonna go through and we're gonna update things to especially Moonraker and stuff. Now that's going to break the computer as far as its communication with the MCUs and stuff, but we're gonna update all the software because one of the things that will change is Moonraker will go from using their older history and database system to the newer stuff, which is all SQL based. And that will make it a whole lot easier to back up those histories and stuff to restore into the new system. Does that make sense? So, Clipper development, try updating this far back when they bring a new version out. Yeah. It's great for moving images. Yeah, before they made that change, I had been working on kind of a little bit of a, here, we'll get a look at the helper. I was working on a little video on the old process because it was a little more involved. And then I was chatting with the developer of Moonraker on that, and they said, well, this is changing, this is going to this. And I dropped that idea. Got the latest OS Bookworm, you can't use the main cell OS image, it's still on Bullseye. The latest available, Morden, I get that. I'm not necessarily need to go to Bookworm. We're gonna go to the latest image that's available. Okay, let's start up the Pi Imager because that I want to get started while we got a Pi 02W and we are going to do a other specific purpose OS, 3D printing, and we are going to do main cell and the only image that's out here. And it is, let's just see, it doesn't say what OS, but this is what we're gonna use. It's a year old. It was released on 1/20/2024, but for anybody out there, I'm not necessarily gonna be going through the most efficient or best way of doing any of this. This is just updating printers. So if you're going from Buster to Bullseye, it has to be a fresh start. I don't know that it's necessarily Buster to Bullseye, but as we experienced when updating the Green V2 from Buster to Bullseye, it was a process, especially with like the change in location for the various config things and the what do you call them? The virtual, I'm drawing a blank on the name, but we had to basically reset up a lot of things during that process. Any reason why you're starting with main cell OS instead of the base Pi OS and Kiao? I know that Kiao has changed quite a bit. I'm still a fan of, for my own stuff, going through and knowing the whole process. Kiao is scripted. We can go through and hit a bunch of buttons and do it, but what does that really teach us? If you're going through and doing that, then that's great and it works. But if I'm showing this to the masses, I'd rather show the process that basically all those scripts in Kiao does and just obscures it. Does that make sense? That reasoning? We could just go through and hit a bunch of buttons and have it done, but what fun is that? And that's a compliment to Kiao. They've developed a utility that makes this a lot easier for folks. But I don't see the benefit of me just going through that. Now, I'll admit that if I'm doing a machine that I want fluid on, I'm going to start with Kiao because there's no image like Mainsail has. And I only do that anymore. The only reason I do that is because they've moved to storing things in standard locations where they didn't before. And that's one of the gripes I used to have with Kiao, is it didn't necessarily store things in the location that you would expect if you had done your own install. So then why Mainsail OS that doesn't even do scripting? It already has it installed. Well, this has, I mean, yes, that's a good point, Stephen. We could go from a scratch build. I'm not prepared for that. That is a good point. I get it. I totally get that. But if I'm ever doing anything, I never on my own start from that. I do start from the OS image. There's a whole other level of things that you have to go through. One day, maybe we should do it. Maybe we should do it one day. We'll start from a regular Pi image and get recompile the kernel all the way from the beginning. I'm okay with there being giant holes in my plans and my methods. It just happens. I'm human. Hey, FGO. No, the cats don't get punished. I am in a very, very conscious of not punishing the cats. I will redirect them, but they are, they did not mean to do anything, so. Okay, would you apply? Let's edit these settings. This is not the solid fork. We are going to give this the same name it had. I'm going to move this over to another screen while I make sure passwords are all correct. And all the rest is okay. So we're going to make sure that SSH is on. I'm going to save and we're going to apply these. Okay, so that's going to do that. Oh, you're going back the other way. Okay. Stretch. Base Mainsail OS and then installing mods to that instead of Kiao. Thinking of Kiao being used to extend add-on. There's been doing that manually. Yes. Hey, Lutien. Okay, that is doing its thing. So here we are going to, really what we need is Clipper and Moonraker to be updated. So I'm not going to hit the update all button. We just want, okay, there's things here for you to knock off the table. So I see the mistake I made. I put them near the edge. Here, oh, there you go. You gonna go down? Let's get this camera not near the edge. There, that's how well it focuses. That's about 10 inches away. You picked up the OBSBot cam? Nice. That was literally, it came up as a suggestion when I was browsing Amazon, and I saw it and I'm like, that's interesting. And I watched one review instead, and there was a today delivery available. So, I mean, I got it that afternoon. Okay, update clipper finished. Close that. This is going to break. It should not be happy. There we are. There we are. All kinds of errors. We're not going to fix these. I mean, we will, but on the new image. So all of our MCUs that are attached, we have the RP2040, so the Pi Pico or the SKR Pico, we have the display, and then the Pico Billicle here. I went the Tiny 2 Lite for the motion, but yeah, got it. So Clipper is up to date, and then we need Moonraker to be up to date. And Moonraker updating should convert the database to the new format. We need more angles on the cat. Easy Kong. Inspector's on break. Yep. Things are rearranged in here, so they got to figure out what's new, what's different. You use a floppy disk. So what size floppy disk? That's the question. That'll narrow down the date. Is it 3.5? 5.25? Or bigger? I do have an automated cat feeder. Yeah, we got one when we were heading up to 8-inch. Nice. We got one when we were heading up for the holidays out of town. We were only gone a day, but we needed to make sure. So it works. So I don't know if we, so main cell is, oh, there it is. Let's update main cell. 2.4 to 2.13. To make a stamp of paw print that you can attach to your printers that show that it was inspected correctly. It's not a terrible idea. Be able to save the firmware configuration for each processor under a different file name. What was, talk about that a little more, Bill? What do you mean by that? One of the best things to have had added along the way is the ability to save the firmware configuration for each processor under, oh, when you're, for the menu config stuff. That's what I want to get into, but I'm not going to get into today. I want to cover it at some point. I want to cover some scripted MCU update stuff, but I'm not comfortable enough with it to want to go over it today. Okay, so this is good. We're at a point here where Clipper, main cell, and Moonraker are up to date and happy. If we go over here to history, this will show you how much print time I actually have on this printer. None, basically. However, I want to save it. I want to know exactly what I've done on this printer from day 0. So does this, at this point, has it updated all the things that way you don't have to try to find the right menu config parameters every time you reflash? I have to do that anyway on all the I don't mind doing that. You know that. You know that. Let's go out here. Let's go out here. Let's instead of me just guessing stuff, let's go to the Moonraker docs. I'm just gonna search for Moonraker docs. There is some documentation out here on, let's see if there's a backup the database. Is this what I want? Database backup and restore. Yeah, SQLite database. Moonraker stores persistent data using SQLite database. The database file is located at database this DB. So we are going to go in here, or actually we can go to, let's bring up WinSCP. What are you doing, Mr. Hops? They can jump all the way up to the counters now, which should start on the Trident, Turtle Box parts, or the hex tray for that project. I always end up printing the hex tray last. If you only have one MCU, then the make menu config stays the same. You don't need to remember. Correct. Okay, is this one in here? V0 gray, no. So we're going to do a new site, host name, V0 gray, local, pi, and nope, it doesn't show, cool. Save it, save the password, okay, and log in. Yes. Okay, so we got a view of that, and let's go here, and let's create a new folder. Directory, we're gonna call this V0 gray. So we're gonna save things to, and we're gonna go to printer data. And let's go to config first. Let's grab our config files we care about. And screen config, those are the ones we care about. And let's create another new folder here for config. And let's just copy those locally. Now we can do this from the main cell interface. We can download the config files. But since we have to be here, I want to be here anyway for the database file. I'll just do it right here in WinSCP. WinSCP is the utility I'm using. You can use any similar terminal program. Can a box turtle fit on a 250? Yes, it can. I'm going to be installing my box turtle on a 250. I will not be covering auto GitHub backup. I'm not familiar with it. If we run out of time, if I get through all 6 printers and we have time at the end, maybe we can play with some of this other stuff. But I have a feeling we're not going to run out of time. We're 49 minutes in already, and we're on the first printer. And Moonraker, and there should be a, is it in here? Where did it say it put it? Let's go back to the docs. Backup database, oh no, database Moonraker. Database Moonraker SQL.db. Moonraker, that did not show up there. Printer data, database, there we are. Okay, so pi Moonraker underscore database, I see. So this file here is what we want. So I'm just gonna throw this right here. That's why you don't blindly update your machine's Clipper 10 still works perfectly fine. Correct. So that is not a chance. Thank you for bringing that up. I wanted to lead with this. This is not intended to be a go out and update all your printers, get them up to the latest version. This is I wanted to go through the process if you needed or wanted to go through and update all your printers to the latest version. I tend to update my printers to the latest version, but I'm okay with the problems that might cause. So, That is a great point. This is not a suggestion for everybody to go out and just update all your stuff. This is if you needed to go out and update, let's grab a bunch of printers without it knowing exactly what state they're in and get them up to the latest version. It's a hang out and update. We're going to hang out and update instead of hang out and build. So, especially relevant to Bamboo users right now, right? Okay, so we have Moonraker. The other thing I like to update, and doesn't need the whole, here, let's do this. Let's just do a, let's just do a whole database folder. Grab the whole thing. We don't need the lock file, but we probably need that, maybe. Except you get to choose here, and if you don't like it, you can fork it. Exactly. Hey, Stefan. It is not a direct. You know, the funny thing is I came up with this idea a number of weeks ago, and I did not create any of this with the Bamboo scenario right now in mind. Not the thumbnail, not anything. This is all completely independent of that. Yeah, we talked about this over a month ago. Yeah. Tuxedo, thanks for the gifted memberships. Okay. Oh, the other thing I like to grab is the G-code files. Why did it not? Here, let's go back. I want to go, oops, not there. Pi, printer data. Doesn't it go here? Where? G-codes. I like to grab the G-code files. That way, all the thumbnails, all the history of what I've printed kind of updates as well. So, why aren't you using Total Commander? I don't claim to be a good IT guy. Coffee based on time of day. Let's do another directory. We're going to call this G-code files. And I'm just going to grab these guys. Those are the two things that we have printed. Oh, that is a nice video of backing up GitHub called the Clipper add-on could save you. Here you go. Okay, so as far as I'm aware, and as far as I can think of, we have everything that we care about for this printer backed up. So this setup as it is no longer, this SD card is no longer useful. So let's go ahead and shut her down. And check the status on our image, and it is done. So I'm going to close that. And it'll be on another SD. Exactly. I've got a fresh SD. There's no risk of losing anything. And we're just going to pull the SD card out of the Pi. And labeling it is a great idea. I don't have an easy way of labeling it. Set that over there. And then we're going to grab our new SD card. At some point, I'd also like to do a little bit of, maybe on another build, using a external SSD for storage and stuff, and talk about why you might want or might not want to. But I'm not up to date enough on that to be able to really explain it. Okay, so new SD card in there. Let's power it back up. And power. Yeah, I was looking for a sticky note because that's usually what I do as well, because a micro SD sticks to a sticky note pretty well. This is my original Voron, my V2, serial number 449. That's the SD card for it. But I don't know where my pad of patented Chris's Basement bed leveling sheets has gone. That's what I would usually use. What are you doing, buddy? Boop. Oh. Okay, there we go. So let me set this here. I'm gonna, no, the cat will get to it. I'll put it right here. Hey, Garrett. The purple is Sparta 3D, Sparkle Galaxy, whatever they call their sparkle purple. Okay, let's just see if it comes up. Purple mist? Okay. Hey, Mr. Tribe. Oh, there we go. We have to, I mean, the OS has to do its thing. I got an M2 to USB adapter with the idea of adding a 120 gig SSD to my Pi. I haven't been able to get the 3B Plus to boot off it though. They said it should. Hey, Sean. Oh. I ask her. There we go. Oh, get in the way of your lunch there, Sean. Okay, so we are fine here. This is the base install. It did come up, so it has no idea what's going on. So we're gonna go over here, and just the very first thing we're going to do is refresh the update manager. Felix is having fun climbing all over the bench over there. Are air tags on the cat's collars? They are. We had a scare with Felix. He got out on Halloween night. He was in our backyard for a couple of hours. He is very easy to miss, being a black cat, especially at night. It's very easy for him to end up sneaking by us. So it has come in handy because they will like to hide around the house, and yeah, it was on Halloween night. That gave me a major scare. There's more in mid-level management than inspector. He's right at home in the boss's chair. Yeah, no kidding. This has become his favorite place out here. He will sit here and decide that it's snack time. So maybe while we wait for that, let's go ahead and do snack time. You guys want a snack? Oh boy, you get excited. Well, you got to come down here. Oh, you'll take it right from my hand. You won't. Will you? Oh, you do? That's the first time they've taken it straight from my hand. They've always waited for me to put it on the ground. Treats time. And that was good timing because we just got the there you go. Watch them eat. We need new emojis. Yeah, we do. We need a couple of kitty emojis. Okay, so now we're just going to hit update all. Let's start the update. Because we want, when we go through this, we want to be to the minute, as up to date as we can. Hey, Norel. From Australia, welcome. Was that yummy? Oh, back to the chair. Maybe we'll get you over there. Question about a V2.4, is it normal that my X-beam is always racked about 0.5 millimeters on the right side if I push the X-beam all the way up front? It depends, so be careful on a V2, because if you use the front idlers as an indexing point, you need to really make sure that they are in the exact same spot on each side on that extrusion. On a Trident, it's a lot easier because you can index to the corner extrusions and make sure that things are pushed into the right spots. But I wouldn't rely, if it's touching at the same spot at the back, it's a similar situation on a V2. You need to make sure that your motor mounts and the front idlers are installed exactly the same and aligned. That's a key part about V2 that makes my recommendation that a Trident is an easier build, is aligning the gantry properly. So I'd be careful there. Don't assume that it's off if you've got a 0.5 millimeter difference there, because it could be other things. Ooh, that is a tough decision, Jeremy. And yes, this is working. So I actually exported the giveaway. So Polymaker filament giveaway for every successful update. I have it set up so it live updates the spreadsheet that I grab names from, and we will leave that as rolling. So you don't have to enter more than once, but you can only win once. So, and we will expect to do a drawing as soon as we have a successful update on this machine, which could be an hour from now. It could be 20 minutes from now. It won't be 20 minutes from now. Hey, buddy, that's my shirt. Time on the stream, I'm running Bullseye. I want to upgrade to Bookworm. I'm curious I don't know I didn't look. I didn't see what the main cell image is right now. Is it Bullseye or Bookworm? Oh, I think they're getting ready. I would assume I think they're working on Bookworm. So we're going to Bullseye. I don't think we have a fluid machine here. I could be wrong. If we have a fluid machine that needs updated, we will start from the Pi image and do key out to get it to get fluid installed, and then we'll do all the other stuff my normal way from there. Main cell OS is bullseye. Okay. Yeah. 20-minute countdown. We will be, I'm not, this is a different giveaway format. There isn't a, it's a rolling thing. So I won't be, if you're not entered in the first drawing, then you have a chance to just get entered and you'll be in the next one. So this is a entirely different format today. So don't expect what we normally do. This is what's going to take a while on all of these, is this kind of stuff. And I don't mind going a while today. This is not like it's a very physically strenuous process. No time for a countdown, correct. We won't be doing countdowns. I'll just be, once a thing's done, I'm going to give a quick, I'm pulling the names. If you don't get in, you get in for the next one. I'm counting on a couple of these printers being pretty straightforward. Now, I'm gonna knock on my bench here, even though it's fake wood, so it might be fake anti-jinx, but it's not fake wood. It's particle board. Still gonna give away, not necessarily, Stephen B. Not necessarily. The trigger for giveaways today is successful printer updates. It's wood, dust, and glue. Yeah, it's diluted. It's diluted wood. So it's diluted anti-jinx. I am running out of coffee awfully early here, though, even though I have a bigger cup. We are not updating Phoenix. The problem with Phoenix is it's pretty up to date. I've been working on it, so I've intentionally not updated Mercury One because I wanted to do some prints on the Mercury One, but I decided not to. I've intentionally not updated the Mercury One just so it would be available for this. Oh, there we are. Error updating mainsail. I always get this error. Does everybody else always get this error the first time you try to update mainsail? It's really annoying. Did it get, it got system packages. Okay, let's do these individually and then we'll get, let's go Clipper. Does anybody else get that error with the mainsail? Happens all the time. It's really annoying. Sometimes I have to go in and do a manual update, and we'll do that if we have to. Are you trying to get over here? You're acting like you're gonna jump past my camera there, and I'm not too thrilled with that idea. Usually update Moonraker. Yeah, my plan here is I'm updating Clipper, then I'm gonna update Moonraker, and then I'm gonna go for mainsail again. I have not used one mainsail instance for multiple printers. Who is Luigi Mangione? there's Felix. Okay, Clipper is updated. So let's update Moonraker. Hey, Andrew. Any updates on Phoenix? Not really. Luigi is a political topic. Thank you. We will avoid that. Thanks. We will avoid. A lot of folks here, Mal, are not from or in the US. We have a very worldwide audience right now, and that's awesome. So we don't want to talk about that, Mal. If that's a political topic, we're not talking about it. We're focusing on printer updates. Yes, you can, let's get a little. And Lewis, no need to say anything there. No name calling. So in general, it depends on the topic, but we definitely don't pass the time with potentially controversial subjects on my streams. So you're not going to get hot takes from me. I'm not a big take. I'm not going to give you a big spiel on my opinion on something. We're going to hang out here and chill and play with printers and play with RC cars and foam dart flingers. So. You mentioned the cat litter robot, but not the auto feeder. Which one do you use and do you like it? I have no idea which one we use. April ordered it off of Amazon. It seems to work. It's dry food only. So I think they make, I think they make wet food ones, but no. You really want attention. You have to re-enter the drawing for each giveaway. No. So it's one entry, it's rolling. I'll be grabbing a fresh set of names from the entire pool each time, but you can only win one time. Have you seen John Tech's clipperized toaster oven? I've heard of it. You planning to give the box troll MU a build in the future? Yes, I've printed parts. Wet food auto feeder does sound messy. No discussion about the Bamboo Labs latest firmware lockdown or Benchy lawsuits. That is on topic, but you're not going to get a big hot take from me. I mean, in general, I'm not interested much in the Bamboo printers because they don't fit what I do. And I'm really disappointed in the way that they're going, but it's not unexpected. I avoid talking about it just because of the backlash of folks who have defended the way that they do business. So I don't like to get into that aspect of it, but I'll just say that it's not good for what we do, what they're doing. And I hope a wider audience recognizes that, is all I'll say. I hope it gets a wider audience. What I expect to do is they're going to do some sort of reversal for now. I mean, I don't like to support a couple of these companies who have outright lied or done really crappy things. I don't, Creality. I'm not a fan of Creality. I don't like the idea of let's do something, but only revert course if there's backlash. FL Sun. I mean, I don't like companies don't respect and these are small examples and more places are doing this kind of thing, but that don't respect the licenses. If you're not going to give me the SSH key to get into the printer and you're using Clipper, then I'm not interested in your products. But anyway, That's about as much as you'll get from me. Okay, so Moonraker is done. And let's do the... let's try this. I suspect it might still error, but we'll find out. Oh, nope. I think it's doing it. There we go. Yep, success. Okay, so, I mean, we didn't really need main cell updated for what we're doing here. Oh, no, we do. This is the new one. I'm sorry. I've got distracted by discussions and cats. He said who you will be visiting in China. We will be going to TCT Asia. My question is, I don't know what Taylor has talked about. What did Taylor say? I'm on the same trip as Taylor. Actually, this way, I'll be decent, starting with V1.2. So I'm on the same trip as Taylor. All of these can be updated, so let's just go ahead and update all of these. And crow's nest, might as well. Trying to sort out the Chinese visa application. What I don't want to get into, because I didn't watch his whole thing and I haven't actually chatted with him, I don't want to reveal stuff that he hasn't revealed. So, I'll just say that, and I know that he mentioned going to TCT Asia, so I'll just say that that's where we're going. It's TCT Asia. So, I am so looking forward to it because this has been many months in the process, and I'm in the process of doing that, Scott. I have my invite letter. I know what company I'm going with, the service. I'm going to contact them tomorrow to get that going. Yep, I have about 2 months. Okay, this is done. Someone's asking if printables is down. Printables may be down. It looks like printables is not coming up. Even the TCT bit? I'm pretty sure he said TCT. I heard that with my own ears. If I'm wrong, then whatever. We're going to TCT Asia. Fall spells, I can show you how to go with that one. We do have one at least, so. Oh, there we are. It's broken into 500 pieces. So there is a problem. Yeah. They got to update their thing here. This is a Mark III, isn't it? Yeah. That looks like a Mark III. Yep, there's a V6 hot end. And then he'll eventually end up in Shenzhen. Okay, we are here. So let's upload our configs. Projects. V0 gray configs. Let's grab all of these that we're gonna need. Dimitri, thanks for becoming a member. Open. Oh, I didn't actually want to upload. Oh, it can't upload file. Did it miss the good? Maybe. Yes. It missed the main cell file. I didn't want to upload the main cell file. I wanted to use the newest one. Bring me back a positron. Okay, and then if we should get, let's do a firmware restart here and see what we get. We're not going to be, it's not going to be happy. Things aren't going to be done yet, but. It spiked with issues about an hour ago. Okay, all of that is good. Where are we at? Nothing else is showing. So let's go. That mainsail config is a year old. Oh, you're right. It is. Can we shoot? You're right. I looked at the wrong date there. This is, and I don't want that. I wanted the new one, and I accidentally overwrote it. Can I just here, let's see. Will this give me an update here? Yeah. There's a few things that are that old, but I only uploaded projects. I didn't upload some of those things, like the time lapse and stuff. Have you printed with PET CF? I have a roll, but I haven't. What a coincidence. You last modified them a year ago to the day. Isn't that interesting? Although this is, actually it's a coincidence that this image was updated, because it's not me, because this time lapse wasn't there before. This is from the image. Time lapse and sonar, any of these January 20th, 2024 files are the image. Now I think, oh, that has to be correct, because mine was 2022, right? So that has to be the good mainsail file. Never mind. I think we're okay. Let's go to the SSH window, and this is probably going to error. Yes. So what happens, and I don't know if this is normal or whatever, but the I'm not gonna browse to this on screen, but the SSH file in my profile, I have to go in and the known host file, and I edit this. Here, let's give you a view of Mr. Felix while I do this, because I'm not sure what window this is going to show up on. Well, that's nice and rude, Felix. I have to edit this and delete the entries for V0 gray and save it. And now I can do this again and it'll work. Cat logic at its best. You want to see me? Bye. Nice troll to get us all jealous of your nicely organized metric hardware. SSH server identifier has been regenerated when you flash that image. Completely normal. Yeah. Yeah. So I that's what I do. You go into your SSH known host file and delete the entries. Hey, Shlunky Kong. Okay. So let's see what this sees. So the only thing we're seeing is that display. Why is that? We should at least see the IDs for the other devices. Why is that? I guess we'll just reflash them. We will reflash them and see what happens. But why don't we see? Here, let's do we haven't done this. Let's do a quick power cycle. Just because, since powering this on, we haven't done a power cycle. And I think that's a good idea. Much of good security has that problem. Yeah. What was the talk about filament? Like, is there any 100-piece recycled filament that can be 80-piece recycled and be recycled. Like, I'm not familiar with that topic there enough to be able to talk too much about that, Mao. Recycled filament versus, and I don't know exactly, 100% recycled versus 80% recycled, I think is what you're asking. I don't have a whole lot that I could add to a conversation on that. That's the other thing you're gonna hear from me. I try not to talk too much about things I don't know about. If it's a back and forth discussion, I'm learning something, then that's awesome. But, well, I wanted to do an actual power cycle here, Bill. I didn't just want to reboot. I wanted to power cycle it. So a pseudo reboot doesn't need the now, it just reboots right away. But I found that shutdown does a default 30 or 60 second timer unless you put now. Reboot just reboots. Okay, I'm powering it back up right now. I'm gonna leave this the back facing me. There we go. Done some setups using signed host keys, can be worth the hassle. Sudo halt does it directly. Oh, okay. Cool. Yeah, now. Now, what? Okay, let me. That's a wire. That's not for cats to play with. We're gonna redirect you down here. Okay, we should be able to get back in here now. And let's rerun that. There we go. I'm glad I tried to reboot instead of troubleshooting that for a while. We see everything now. Hold on just a second. Okay. There we go. No, that's not. Oh. He just knocked a bunch of stuff off the top of the storage bins. That's not for you to play with. It is all about the cat. That's absolutely true. There we go. Perfect view. Oh, and now he goes. Let's go here and reload here. Now we should, so we see them all. So now we need to update them. So let's start with the Pi Pico. I'm gonna go back to BTT Pi SK, not Pi, R Pico. Get, oh, okay. Whatever. Let's see what they have for Clipper instructions. So we are, I think we're using, yeah, we're using USB. So let's see what we have here for build firmware. So let's go into, so CD Clipper. This machine I don't have Catapult or anything on here. What is my background? I manage an IT service and support group, but I've been building things and working on things and designing things my whole life. Make, menu, config. And we have that. I have no idea. So those are defaults. So let's go in here and we're going to do a Raspberry Pi. Issues, we're going to update printers and have a good time. Yep. We touched on the bamboo thing, Nobik, but it's not going to be a continuing topic here. No bootloader, flash chip. So the instructions are a little out of date, but I think that's all fine default. We are on USB. Yep. And the rest should be fine. I burned out. I got distracted and burned out and got a good job. So I began my school career wanting to do mechanical engineering, but I did not complete that. See you, Nobik. Have a good one. Growth and revenue forever, exactly. Quit, yes. Make clean. And we're gonna go back here. So, what do we have to, we want firmware installation. You can use this method, build firmware, or use tools such as copy from your Pi to your computer. We wanna do this from, okay, I'm not gonna follow these directions. So their instructions have us copying this to a computer and then moving it over. We will be doing, yeah, that. So if we look at, how do we put this in boot mode? Does it tell us here? So part of this is I'm trying to find what documentation is out there and following some of that. If I'm not gonna have any qualms with deviating from the documentation that's out there. So what is the, is it, let me look at what buttons are down on this thing. You've got a reset button and that's it. How do you put this thing in boot mode with the reset button? Is there an information on that? From the file, basic configuration, none of that is here. Does anybody know off the top of their head how to put the SKR Pico into boot mode with just a reset button? There, let's see what this shows up, LS USB. So we've got a couple of devices here. It's one of those two, but we need to put it into, I've got two things though. Do you just want to put the boot jumper on? Is there a boot jumper? Let's look at the diagram. Is there a boot jumper? Brian decides says jumper on boot pins right in the middle of the board. Can I do that live? Okay, let's see if that did it. Yep. This one, 2E8003. So then, yeah, what you said, we can go make flash device, nice, equals, and then it is Is that right? And then I saw this, someone put it down. Is it just the, yeah. I didn't know if there was quotes or anything, I forget. This is why I rely on documentation so much. I try not to rely on my memory. Okay, let's see if that works. Oh, I did miss a 0. Darn it. We'll do it again. Can I just cancel this? Let's make clean. There we go. Since I canceled it, I wanted to clean it. Ah. You need to run make clean. Someone screwed up the make script. I don't know if I need to, but it doesn't hurt to run it. It cleans up the output folder, right? That's what make clean does, is cleans up the out folder. Okay. Hey, Thunder. Welcome. Let's go here and let's firmware restart and see if our reported version is updated. It's still going to error out. Hit the live button to catch up. Also, keeping an eye on Mitch's fundraising stream. That's right. So, in a separate window, they're doing a fundraiser stream for Mitch, the backpack guy. He needs some help. They're doing some giveaways. I did not remove the boot jumper. You're right. Okay, so we are protocol error. This is frequently caused by running an old version. So your Clipper version is 0.2. UMB Clipper version is that. Display MCU Clipper version is up to date. So good, we're progress. So let's do the umbilical. So let's figure out where, let's go docs.ldo motors. We should be able to basically do the same process for the, let's try Voron. Where do they put this? Picobellical. Let's see how up to date this is. Hey, Queasy Diver. What print are we on now? Still on the gray V0 armor. This is the Picobellical. This is what we have set up here. We have a Pi main controller. And it looks like all of that's the same. So we'll be able to do basically the same thing. We just need to get it into boot mode. So let's go over here and see what we've got. LS USB. We have the 2. So now I think this is one of those, you hold down boot, hit reset, and then let go of boot. I'm going to turn this on its side so I can see it a little better. think, is that right? You hold down boot, hit reset, and then let go of boot. And let's see if that did it. There we are. Now we have a new device in boot mode. So basically, we should be able to repeat the same command there. Exact same thing. We have a new ID. I mean, it got a new ID in boot mode. So we are on the same make config configuration. They're both RP2040 devices. So we should just be able to do this. And now we go back to mainsail and let's do a firmware restart again. Then we might be down to, would have been fun to try flashing over the serial address on this one. We'll probably get another chance, and that's not a bad idea. So now we have the MCU and the UMB on version 12. So now all we have left is the display. Now I've always liked that Timit did a good job with documenting the Voron hardware GitHub. There's a pretty decent little bit on the V0 display for resetting it. So if we go to V0 display, how many printer updates did I miss? We're still on the first one, Sir McSquishy. Hey, Mark. And then documentation and setup and flashing guide. So this says, this is connected via USB. If you have a pre-flash board, install the boot jumper and reset the board. If you have an unflash board, the MCU defaults to DFU mode if there's no other firmware installed. So we are going to short out so once again, we're gonna come back here. Oops, not there. We're gonna come back here. We're gonna do ls USB to see the state now. So we have our two, but that top thing is the display. So I'm gonna short out the boot jumpers, and I'm just gonna do this with a screwdriver, and I'm gonna hit the reset button, and hopefully that will put it in DFU mode. There we are. So we're in DFU mode. Now we need to make, we do need to make clean and make new config. So now we're gonna go to an STM board, and it is a 042. It has no bootloader and is that internal clock. And we are communicating on USB, PA9, PA10. PA9, PA10. And I think the rest of it is all normal. Now, I don't remember if we need to, we're doing the display now. I think we need to turn off some of this stuff because Clipper is starting to get too big for some of the smaller controllers. And the 042, I think, is one of those. That's not covered in those documentation, but we'll need LCD. We won't need thermocouple support. We won't need ADXL. We won't need any accelerometer stuff. I don't know. I don't think we need that, but I don't think it hurts to stay. We won't need an angle sensor. We won't need an eddy current sensor. I don't know for sure on the rest of these, but I think just removing some of them, those big ones, will help. So let's quit. If it airs out, then we might revisit that. So now we can run the, oh yeah, it does cover it, but there's a lot more things there. I guess we don't need the I2C bit banging. So let's go in and change that. Nope, yep. We don't need the I2C bit banging, so we'll get rid of that too. And then it will be here and make flash device, and this one is 0483 DF11. There we go. My BTSKR Mini E3 V3 stopped working. It's not even visible by LS USB command. Is there any way to put this board into DFU mode? I don't remember. There should be. But if it doesn't show up at all, will it show up in DFU? There you are. We are almost done with this one. If this works well, then, and we can home it, then we'll call this one done. And we'll draw the next one. Hey, Down Under Maker. And this is looking promising. That is what we should see, is that little progress bar. Should be good. So let's go here and firmware restart. Success. Success. Dashboard, all is well. Let's see if we didn't run into any config errors. So we are working display. This thing hasn't homed in forever. Let me just make sure it actually moves. Let's home it. It's gonna. Yep, that means filament time. So we are giving away a roll of filament for every successful update. Be sure you get in. The link's in the pin post and the description. I'm not doing a countdown. There is no 3-second countdown on this. When I go to copy those names, that's when I'm copying them. So if you want in, get in now. This is rolling, so if you don't get in time, then you'll be in for and you get in now, then you'll be ready for the next one. This is sensorless, yeah, this is V0.2. But that is done. First one down. Let me power it down. This is up to date. Everything is up to the version. All our MCUs are at 0.12. Everything's up to date and it homed. So it doesn't have a build sheet on it. Yep. We have 20 printers update. One down, 5 to go. So let's go ahead and shut this down. I had to do something with that. I can't really do a countdown for everyone and have this not take a ridiculous amount of time. I don't have a good easy way. Maybe I can do this sideways. Did this go on? I think this one. And this one will go there. That means this one. How did this actually go? I don't know what I was doing with the panels for this thing. It seems a little oddly set up. Printables is back up. Cool. Okay. Oh, I wasn't showing any of that. Sorry about that. Doop. We'll set it off to the side and we are going to roll. So here, let's go what printer? We're going to remove the gray V0 from there. I've got a regular giveaway wheel over here. So I am copying stuff right now. So Mike G was the first person to get in the entry form. And who is last? Chris got in last. So copy that, paste it. How many times should we roll this thing? This is its number. We have 6 printers. We're down to 5. Let's go 5. Number between 1 and 5, or 1 to 6. 1 to 6. Let's do this quick. Brian Fionen, you said 4. We're going to do 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, and spin. Ba-doop-ba-doop-ba-doo. What do we got? Jose. Jose, congratulations. You still have to be here, so say something in chat. Jose, are you here? Let's copy that. Jose, are you here? I can set a timer. I'm guessing you're here. There you are. Good. I didn't have to set a timer. So now let me paste you here. Everything looks good. Let's see. We are doing instant gratification for all of these. I am on a roll with this. I don't want to mess it up. So that's there. Let's grab your email. And this is, yep, there you are. First one down. Email sent. All done. So I'm not going to bother removing because I need to repaste every time because it's a constantly updated spreadsheet. So this doesn't feel right without the countdown. It's different. I get it. Okay. We have, let's do another number. What are we shuffling this? No, I said I wasn't going to do that. I'm just going to shuffle it a few times. Never mind. We're shuffling and going. We're going to keep going. Blue V0. Blue V0. Now we're on to RepRap firmware. We're getting the 2 V0s out of the way, it looks like. Okay. This is the blue V0 that we built. It is RepRap firmware. It is set up for an umbilical or a Bowden extruder. It is using the Heart K tool head, Bowden tool head, and it has spider webs, and it has cats chewing on the antenna wire. It looks like. You don't knock it. Let Jose pick the next printer for winner. That wouldn't have been a bad idea. That wouldn't have been a bad idea. But I think I'm going to keep with the wheel of names since I started it that way. Oh, I got a little blank, a little glitch in the camera. Yeah. The cats aren't anywhere near it. So we'll see. Let's see if it keeps doing that. Anyway, this is RepRap firmware V0. Let's get the antenna out of the way. It uses the pocket watch extruder coming through. It is using a 10 times when dusting off static electricity. Oh, really? Was it when I was dusting off? I gotta figure that out, because that's done that before. Let's go this way. Let's remove the bottom panel. The face camera is in a very poorly lit spot. So it's having a hard time with focus. I still need to fix that. Okay, so this is our setup for the RepRap firmware V0. It is using a Mini 5 controller. The power supply, because this is an AC bed, there's a little SSR right here. Power supply didn't need to be as much, so I've got this little IRM 90 watt power supply. Seems to work okay. I don't think we're going to need to get into this, so I'm gonna go ahead and put this back together, and we're gonna run the update. I love my V0s. I tend to use one heavily. My gold V0 is what I use the most heavily. Duet Mini 5, yep. This is the one. So you had made a comment I saw on the Discord about Team Gloomy having an issue updating from a certain version, older RC version. All of the RepRap firmwares here today are going to be genuine Duet hardware. They're actually both running Mini 5s. What's this? So, stop being lazy and try it. It is worth trying. It is worth trying. One of the cool things that we demonstrated on the solid fork build that's a difference. I know some questions on what the difference or whatever between Clipper and RepRap firmware. One of the cool things we were able to do on the solid fork on that last stream is I hadn't configured the LEDs on the toolhead board yet. So we were in the middle of a print, but I was able to send the configuration commands because everything's a G-code command. I was able to send the configuration command and light up those LEDs in the middle of it printing. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and remove that now. Go back here. We're going to go v0 blue.local. Okay, so this is RepRap firmware. This is Duet web control. If we go down here to machine specific, we'll see we're on 3.5 release candidate 1. So the question is, no help from the chat now. No, Nergorod is a huge help here. And I'm sure there's a couple others here that are very familiar with RepRap firmware. The question is, do I go to stable or do I go to the release candidate stuff? And will a 7-inch panel do fit on this printer? Not easily. The benefit to the latest 3.6 release candidates is an updated input shaper setup. But I don't have an input shaper board on this. If you want a reliable printer or something. Expansion boards that work with RepRap firmware, like if you run out of IO on the board, like for adding more LEDs and the like. Yes, the Clipper or a RepRap firmware uses CAN boards extensively, but they use CAN FD, and this one does not use CAN. This is, and I think I am going to go stable. But okay, here's what I'll do, is if we get to it, I'll go the black V2 because it has a accelerometer in the tool head. We will go release candidate on it. We'll go stable on this one. We'll mix it up. We'll do one of each. Let's go out to the Duet docs. docs.duet3d.com. And I think we're gonna go, do we have let's go update. Installing and updating firmware. RC, is there not a nightly beta available? We're gonna do the beta version on the black V2. We'll do stable on this one. Now this one, the other difference is this one does not have an SBC, so I don't have a Pi installed in this printer. There is a Pi installed in the black V2. So we'll get a couple of different scenarios of updating. We'll get a couple of different scenarios of updating these printers. I think that's a good idea. So, installing and updating firmware. Check you have downloaded the correct firmware before installing it. See section below regarding which files are needed for each board. So, back up your SD card and download a copy of your current firmware version in case you need to revert the firmware. Let's go ahead, and all we're really going to copy out, we're going to go here, and we're going to go to system, and I'm just going to grab the main config files. I'm not going to worry about most of this stuff I haven't changed anything on. So let's select all of those and right click and download as zip. And we're going to save this as PA is improved as well, but that's okay. I like the idea of doing a couple of different setups here. So we're just going to save this, and we're going to call this config 3.5 RC1, I think is what we have on here. Save. You haven't selected your config override? No. Hold on. All that's in config override should be the heater. I guess these are useful. Let's go ahead and do that. You're right. Let's get that. Let's save this and overwrite that. There we go. That's a just in case. If this is successful, we won't need to recover those. We're not doing a fresh image here. We're just updating from 3.5 RC1 to the latest stable. So if we go back here, some updates to main firmware if you download more than just the main firmware. So required files. So where do we go to get these? Not from older versions. So we're gonna need Duet 3 Mini 5 Plus, firmware binary, all this stuff. Use the latest release version from GitHub. So let's go here. Release 3.5.4 is what we're gonna be grabbing. How many of the updated printers have gone offline from the process? We've only updated one. We've successfully updated one printer. Now we're on to number 2. Where is the... Duet 2 and 3, what file do we want? Supported versions. Unless you have a specific reason, use beta or RC release. Beta and RC versions are marked pre-release on GitHub. Can't all the files needed. What is the file name? What is the file name that I want? Am I reading this wrong? SBC, EXP, Mini 5 Plus. Well, that's just that file. Don't we have a full zip of... Don't we have a full zip of files that we can get? Or do I have to download each individual thing? These 4 files. I am building a box turtle, yep. I've got parts printing right now, actually. Okay, so let's grab... Where was that? There it is. The full zip is the first file. Oh, well, can I just grab that? Can I just grab that and save it to here and save? We got that. And we should be able to go here and upload system files. Is that right? What is this? Install update. Install update. There we are. Thanks for what you do for the community. What builds do you have in mind for the coming year? Thanks, Poverty Slave. Appreciate that. And see you, Wojaki. Upcoming builds. I'm still want to get a vCore 4 I'd like to build. That's not in progress or whatever. That's I've got some discussions with RatRig on that, but nothing's finalized. I want to rebuild the Micron. Daniel and I are going to build Tic Tacs. Have any expansion board or SBC? The one zip works. Yep. So let's go back here and grab that file that I downloaded and open. This is going to decompress all of this. We will probably, as the channel goes on, it'll be more projects and rebuilds and stuff like that. There's only so many fresh printers that I can do. So, I'll see you, Sean. So we're uploading this. There will be some Core 1 content. I have one on order. I do intend to upgrade what started as a Mark III to a Core 1. There will be before we update that one to a Core 1, it needs to get updated to a 4S. So that'll be something. The Ender NG, I'm on the fence on. I don't have an Ender, first of all, to even begin something like that, but I need to know more about it before I think about that. I do have some plans for Triex, but those aren't ready yet. I don't know when that'll be. There's always a fresh V0. I haven't made it to N+1. Nope, I have not made it to N+1 yet. Any updates to Trident anytime soon? We'll see. Yeah, Micron I'll get. I wanted to experience while that's doing its thing. I did print and no hardware in here, but I did the shell assembly of an ant head. And this is the colors for the Micron. This is the tool head that'll go on the Micron when we rebuild it. So install updates. You have uploaded at least one firmware update. Would you like to install them now? Yes. Let's see next week's stream with a beardless Steve. Your name is appropriate to that. Your name is the answer to your question. Maybe a CT300 at some point. 10 motor Cartesian. Oh boy. Do you still have the underwire? I do not. I may get the underwire back. We'll see. I might swap that printer. My friend has it. Oh, it wasn't a question. You're right, not a chance. Your statement. Your statement. The answer to your statement is, or your, I want to see next week's stream with a beardless Steve. Time for some YouTube AI filters, like a beard removal. April does not want me without a beard. She would probably prefer it not be so long. She'd probably prefer it not be so long, but I'm trying. I mean, I went a long time before the last haircut. That way too long. I keep her at bay by getting it trimmed regularly, but I messed up last time. Connection lost. Attempting to reconnect. Any ideas? How long should this take? And is there any difference? Why is tackling so long? How chewed is... It wasn't actually the Wi-Fi antenna. I said that, Nergarot. It was the NeoPixel signal wire that I never hooked up coming from the tool head. The antenna is fine. The antenna's out of the way. So I suspect I'm going to give this a little bit and then I'm going to power cycle it. I don't know if there's any, while it's on and running, we'll see if there's any status LEDs we can look at. It should be really quick. We'll just make sure. See what we got there. We got a red LED blinking. Stay. Status. Red LED status. Red LED status is blinking. Oh, hey. There we go. I did nothing. Just waited. I did nothing. Just waited. We are on 354. So it is up to date. That's not for you to play with. This is done. We are going to home. I'm not going to say it's done until we home. Flip it back around. And I'm just going to home all. This might false trigger because the tool head is not moved from that point. So it's going to have kind of the belts are going to be kind of, oh. That was interesting. I don't think that has anything to do with the update. Everything's homing. I don't know that this is 100% configured right. I'm going to call that a win. I'm going to call that a win. I don't want to get into, because this printer, I'm not sure is, nothing would have changed between that. So, well, let's see. Before I say too much, let's M84. Let's just move this around and try it again. Well, I don't know where did we set this to home? Let's try it again. Let's just do a home all. Now it's trying to go down. So what happened is what I expected happened, I think, is the it triggered immediately last time, and that's why it went to the side. So it is homing okay. It just triggered early. So I'm going to call this a win. There's some tweaks that need to be done with this printer's sequence of homing and that kind of thing, but I'm going to call it a win. We're going to draw another roll of filament. Mr. Jada D, enter now. We are doing a different giveaway setup right now. There's no 3-second countdown today. So it's a rolling draw. The spreadsheet that I grabbed the names from is constantly updated as you enter. When I finish a successfully updated printer, I'm pulling the names and doing a draw. So we have 2 done. So there is no shutdown on this. We can just power it off. There's no Pi to shut down. We're going to call this done. Let's put the... There is no 3-second countdown. Okay. If Jose gets drawn again, I win instead. So there is the potential for a name to get drawn again because I'm grabbing all the names at once, and I'm not going to go through and pick out who's already won. So if there is a repeat draw, then I just redraw, respin. So I am about to pull the names. So go down here. Who's the last person to get in before I do it? JS got in. Did Mr. Jada D get in? Are you in there? Are you gonna enter? My micron is a 180. My micron is a 180. My solid fork is a 120. Okay, so Bastion got in there right before I'm copying names. So paste that in. We are down to 5. Are we down to 4? 5? That was the 5th one. Let's go a number between 1 and 5. I don't know. Poverty Slave, you said 3. Let's do 3. 1, 2, 3, and spin. Still have to be here. Same rules otherwise. Still have to be here to win. Who do we got? Zybertech. Zybertech. I'm going to set a timer because I don't remember seeing you in chat immediately. Zybertech, are you here? Congratulations. Zybertech. You are. Awesome. Congrats. Let me... Whoa. There we go. There we go. All that looks good. Let me get, okay. We are doing immediate, instant gratification still. Get this put in here and sent. Awesome. So we're going to get rid of all of those because we're going to get a new set next time. Congrats. You should have an email when it makes its way through the interwebs. Okay, next one. What printer are we going to do next? I'm going to shuffle this a few times and spin. What do we got? What do we got? Looks like we got the Mercury One. Mercury One. Mercury One, come on down. You're the next contestant on pressing the update button. Ugh. A little larger printer here. Okay. Let's get a little wider view of this thing. There we go. So this is the Mercury One. The Mercury 1.1. We built this a couple of years ago. It is using an earlier version, a pre-release version of the NextG, the Drop Effect NextG hot end with a LGX light extruder. It looks like an EBB 36, I think, tool head board. Building a Mercury One. I like my Mercury One. I really like this printer. It works pretty well for an open air printer. Now the newer version, the newest, they have an enclosure option. Newer version has enclosure, but it's not how I built this one. Grant, thanks for coming in. Hey, Mad Cat. Grant, you went a while today. That was a hot topic, huh? Hey, the new model workshop. Hey, Dutch dude. Hey, there you go. Perfect timing. 0G in the house. Hey, John. Spectra, TG Custom RC. Damn it, it's Karen. Matrix Tech and Biney. Biney, I saw you earlier, right? I'm just reading names now. Hey, Peekaboo. Nathan. Welcome, folks. Welcome, welcome. We have successfully updated 2 printers. We are doing a roll of Polymaker filament for every updated printer, successfully updated printer. It is a rolling giveaway, so we've already given away 2 rolls. The link is in the description and the pinned post. You can enter now. I am not doing my classic 3-second countdown on these rolls. When we update a printer, I'm exporting the list of names and we're doing a draw. So don't try to wait for the last second. It is the same names. You only have to enter once, but you can only win once. So because I don't want to go through and remove the names that have won, if a person is drawn more than once, then we'll just re-roll. Makes sense? Rolling giveaway to giveaway rolls, yep. More chances of becoming a member of the Polar Ted Club. People have been here on time and quickly, at least. Since the overhead cam isn't going to do a great job of showing this. There we go. So we have a Manta 5, right? The Big Tree Tech Manta 5 with a Compute Module 4 in there. Spectra, this is a Mercury One. It is an Ender 5 conversion, and this is the Ender 5 Pro. So this is with the Hydra set on here, which is the 3 bed screw leveling setup for this. It's a 270 build volume, I think. How are we doing on people and likes? 360 people and 430 people. Holy moly. You brought a lot in here, Grant. Thank you. It updated on me. That's the Manta E3EZ. Thank you. Thank you, Gingy. That's correct. A Manta E3EZ. You'd have to give away 23 rolls to have a reasonable probability of a double draw. We haven't had 400 plus people on a stream in a while. We usually hover right around 300. So that's good. That's good. So this is what we're updating today. Let's power it on, see where we're at. Like I said, I do not know the exact state of any of these printers that we did today. I do believe that we hit the most tough update out of the box with the gray V0. So let's go ahead and plug this guy in. Let's be prepared for any potential smoke. I don't think so. And let's power it on. It updated on me is what this stream is all about. So for the new folks, this is not a suggestion that you should go out and update all your printers to the latest version. This is a reason to do a stream. It's a fun thing to do. When you do want to update, we're actually hoping to run into some of the weird things when you're going through an update, and how do you solve those? What documentation do you look for? So we have so far updated one clipper machine, and we updated it from Buster to Bullseye on the Pi OS, and we have updated one RepRap firmware machine, and that was a relatively straightforward update of a Duet 5 Mini or Duet Mini 5 controller from a 3.5 release candidate to the latest stable version. So looks like we have a successful boot right now. So let's see what versions we're at. Let's grab our, I think that's the name. Hey, my leg is not a scratching post. Okay, come up. We're gonna want to get this. Well, I was trying to get a shot of the cats wrestling, but it looks like Felix decided to come up here. Coupled Z-screws. It hasn't been a problem on here, Ryan. I have not observed any, nope, you don't get to crawl in there while it's live. That's the, Felix wanted to crawl right in on there. In fact, I think since I'm not gonna be able to, let's go ahead. We might have to remove this again, but I don't want him. Okay. It was probably updating the firmware, which is why it took so long. Oh, I get it. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, here's the Mercury One. Mercury One. I wouldn't say it's a Trident clone. Now I know Zero G and folks took inspiration from Voron Project, but this is their own thing. They've done quite a bit different. It's similar in just that it's a rigid gantry with a bed moving down. So, okay, let's see. We have a happy, everything's working clipper install right now. If we go over to machine, we are on a version of 0.12 clipper. We have an EBB 36 and stuff. So this isn't super out of date, but we're going to update it. Hey, Azus, thank you. But we have a few other things here too. Clipper screen, what else? Shake and tune, that kind of stuff is on here. So let's go ahead and just refresh that just in case. Oh, what version? We are on Bullseye, so we don't need to do a OS update. There we go. We'll get the fight. Now, for those that think Oscar is a bully, he is a little bit. But I did witness Felix instigating a very similar interaction. So I think it goes back and forth. Ooh, I don't know if you guys hear that or not. Okay, that's enough. Oh. Oh. He's got a variable shelf, a variable platform that he's balancing on. Okay, you don't need to be in there. There you go. Felix was growling, yes. Felix was growling. Okay, we are going to, right out the get-go, just do an update all. Start the update. Whoop, get that back. Gotta go out for 10 minutes. See you, Jose. So this might take a little bit. Oh, cats are out of the way. Here, let's do cat treats. No, okay. Beef. Here you go, Felix. Can Mercury One do the 3-point bed level like Trident? Yes, it does. It does. It does Z-tilt. Yeah, it has this particular configuration is required to have a tool head board because there's 5 drivers on the controller. There's 3 for the Z and 2 for the gantry. Do you ever use the board flashing options in Kiao? I do not. Should give them some catnip. I've been kind of waiting. Might wait until they're a little older. Used to buy the dog version of those freeze-dried chicken treats for my Savannah. Much bigger bags with larger pieces. Ah, I get it. So these treats are all thanks to Apollo. He visited a couple of weeks ago and we built a foam flinging blaster on a Discord hangout. If anybody wants to watch that, then there is a VOD of it, but it's unlisted because of the particular blaster we built. But the link to that VOD is in my Discord in the Hangout Archives channel. Hey, Sergey. Virginia is getting some major snow. Just reuse the under 5 board. I am reusing the under 5 power supply. What does it mean when the printer reports run current and hold current repeatedly during homing? Is that normal? That's probably something in a macro you've got going on. That would be normal if you've set it up like the with the suggested sensorless homing macros that change your run current when you're for homing purposes. Since they're not up here. it's going to be doing clipper screen stuff or something. It's doing all kinds of things. We're heading towards another winter storm here in Texas. Ooh. Is it going to be what is the severity of a winter storm in Texas? While that is doing that, let's go off and oh shoot. No. I thought I could get away with leaving it uncovered for a bit, but nope, Mr. Inspector Chief wanted his inspections going on. Okay, let's go out here to the what is this? The SKR. What was this? The E3 EZ. Is that what we got here? Light jacket for those from the Midwest. Is this the E3 EZ or the Manta? Let's go back here. It's the Manta something. Here, let me just look at it. Manta E3 EZ. Let's search for that. I keep hitting the wrong buttons. BTT Manta E3 EZ. GitHub. There we go. That's what we want. So, packed it with so many features and connectivity, but we need to use M2 standoffs instead of M2.5. M2 screws will be included. Let's just go into firmware. Writing bootloader. Why? Let's go clipper. Let's see what they have here. Oh, just the config. Oh, there's the flash info. Let's see here. This is CAN, so let's go to the Esotericals CAN bus guide, and let's see what if we have the Manta. Manta E3 EZ is listed. Good. Okay, so we're going to use Esotericals guide. You can play with that. That's fine. And let's see where we're at here. This is still running updates. Now, part of this, I mean, since we are on 0.12 of Clipper on things, it's likely that we're going to update all of this and it'll still be a working printer. But kind of the intent of this is going through and doing those firmware updates. So everything has to be to the current version. It's not acceptable. It's not considered a success just doing the main software updates. I want firmware on the different components of the machine up to date as well. A Pi 3 Plus is just fine, J. Terry. I have that up right now too, trying to get this Micron to work. Here, H3D. What is the current score with updating? 2 down, 4 to go. 2 down, 4 to go. 2 spools of filament given away. You can't have a red screen on the main cell page. That is true. So yeah, we'll be, and I think as we saw, I was using CAN boot on this, so. Is this conversion worth it? I see an Ender 5 Pro for 150 locally. So the thing with this build, I did spend a lot of time. I completely disassembled the frame. I squared up all the extrusions. I reassembled it with great care, getting it as square as I possibly could. As with any Creality machine, your mileage may vary. That is not a scratching post. My leg is not a scratching post. That's Felix. Your mileage is going to vary depending on how well the original Ender 5 was made. I feel like I ended up with really good results going through and taking the time I did working on it. So I really like this printer. It works really well for the open air stuff I do. I admittedly haven't printed a lot on it lately, but I just haven't had a whole lot that I needed to either. If using CanBoot, you have to update it to Catapult. Does it have to actually be named Catapult, or can CanBoot just be the latest version? Because it's updating CanBoot. Now, the latest iteration of this project, I think the goal is to go to not requiring a donor printer. So, I don't know what progress there is on that, and I don't know if Dutch Dude or Small Kitty is huge now. Yeah. Oscar is right around 10 pounds, and Felix is continuing to lag right almost exactly a pound behind him. So Felix is right around 9 pounds. Frames are in production, yeah. So you won't need to do a conversion. And honestly, if you're just going to do the gantry, it might be worth it to do a conversion if you want to go through the other work that I talked about. But really, I would do, if I'm just going to build, I wouldn't build a Mercury One just a gantry conversion myself. It was part of the build was the Hydra Z assembly. So it is an ant head tool head on the table. I printed this so I could just get a better feel for what Hard-K is doing with this. This will be the tool head that goes on the Micron when I rebuild it. So your cat sleep on a print bed? Mine does. No. They haven't discovered warm printers really yet. They're doing a pretty decent job of sleeping with us. This is still updating. What extruder are you using for the ant head? This is the Galileo 2 based extruder. Oh, now you're annoyed. Okay. You managed to get hands-on with the Core 1 at Smurf. Very interested in the kit coming hopefully soon. I've seen the Smurf twice. I got a special pre-announcement preview of it at Formnext, which was really cool to be a part of, and then at Smurf. So I'm really excited about it. You should be able to hear me now. Let me get this. I forgot to charge the other microphone. So, you little... You're going to come over here. Keeps trying to claw at me. I was kind of expecting that to go dead at some point during the stream today. I forgot to charge it. I charged it a few minutes before we started, but fortunately I have a backup. What was I saying? Where did I get cut off? I don't know where I got cut off. Core One. I mentioned, did you hear? I mentioned I got a part of the special pre-release sneak preview at Formnext, and then the announcement there, and then I've seen it at Smurf as well. So, when I asked about G2 versus CW2 for Box Turtle in the chat, wow, that's a little while ago. So for Box Turtle, if you are comfortable with going a little on your own as far as configuration and the particulars of running a G2, then that's fine. It'll be a fine setup. But the documentation is really centered around the CW2. And for my build, I'll be using a CW2. I'll actually be converting the printer I'm putting it on from a Galileo 2 to the back to Clockwork for that build. So I do have a Core One on order. That order was placed within, Felix has found a spot, by the way. That order was placed within the first few minutes of orders being open. So I'm assuming I'll be in an early batch. So. I like it, John. I didn't order the Core One. I'm waiting on the kit. So I'm planning on having the I just wanted one. I think it's a cool printer and I'm excited about it. I'm also willing to go through the early Prusa stuff. And if it happens, I'm willing to ride that because I know that as I continue ownership of that, it'll get updates and that I'll be able to work on it. I'll be able to update it. So I'm okay with being an early adopter of the Core One. Future content around the Core One, I don't plan on doing a from scratch kit build of a Core One, but I would like to do an upgrade kit build, upgrading my Mark III to a Core One. I built for my Micron with the G2. You do not recommend that. No, I'm not saying I don't recommend that. I'm saying if you're comfortable with what's required to set up a filament cutter outside of the regular Box Turtle instructions, then go for it. That also doesn't mean the filament cutter is not required. I think it's the easiest path to successful multicolor prints, though. Printer conversion for the money to printer conversion kit, yeah. Took me longer than it should to fill out the giveaway form. Kept looking at dark in my name, thinking I know it's right. It doesn't look right. Dark 3D Dimension, welcome. Everyone as well for the same reason. You know, the Prusa is going to honor their stuff. Prusa, yeah. Problem with it, they'll fix it. For Coin, don't you need MK4S? Part of that is my, I'm going to upgrade my, what started as a Mark III. It's now a full Mark IV. I'm going to upgrade it to a Mark IVS, and then we'll upgrade that Mark IVS to a Core One. Am I dead? I can't be dead. It's on. On. Fine. Yes. Okay. Take this off for nothing. Is someone behind? Okay, let me put it back on now. But they said did it again. So I assumed that they had heard the first time. So did it again, I saw. That's okay. Okay, I'm back. Back in. Someone at Smurf showing BTT showing the box drill showed a filament cutter behind the BT. Is that going to be a release thing? I think I remember talking about that a little bit, but I don't remember details. This is taking a good while. This is taking a good while. Someone is trolling me. That's okay. That's a good troll. I know you were talking about your name. That's why I said Dark 3D Dimension. Prefer not, oh, yeah. What am I doing? That, yeah, I guess that's it. We can do probably, oh, yeah, that'll work. Got Felix there and Oscar in the chair. Adam, happy Sunday. Thanks for being a member. Had a nice number of new members today. Heartcade toolhead looks lovely. What cooling fans does it take? It takes 4010 ones, but you split the shell on them like you do on the stealth burner, just to get them to fit in here. As we can, here, let's do this. Let's do this. Get a little example of the new camera here. This is about 4 inches away. This is about 4 inches away on this thing. I haven't put any guts in it. But yeah, the part of it being narrow is you have to split the shell on the 4010 fans in order to get a little space there. This is the ant head. It's in development. It is public on the Printers for Ants GitHub if you go out there. This is mostly just to show off the camera and kind of play around with showing something on close up. That is phenomenal. I'm very happy with this camera. Very happy. Way better than the Logitech I was using. Is it compatible with Boop? I don't know. Don't know. I'm happy that the camera is still working because it along with the Voron mug, coffee mug, it took a spill and got a dent. I want to print a little strain relief for the USB cord on this too. I'm very glad that it didn't damage that in the fall also. What filament you printed that with? That is Ambrosia Galactic Black and Sparta 3D Sparkle Yellow, whatever they call their Sparkle Yellow. That camera is the OpenBuilds Meet 2. It was a spur of the moment purchase. I had no idea it existed until it showed up as like a suggested product on Amazon. I did a quick look at a YouTube review and it was available for same-day delivery, so I ordered it. OpenBuilds Meet 2. And if you're really interested in it, I believe I have an Amazon link that might tie an affiliate token to it. I mean, I don't have a direct link to that product, but if you go to my Amazon link in the description, it might tie a token to if you're interested in buying it. I like this little small rig camera stand. It's very neat looking. It's been handy. It's got a little ball socket on the end. Now I'm thinking about getting a short extra ball socket so I can have a little more articulation and adjustment, but it shows green updated on the right side. What? Oh, full update's complete. Really? Yeah, you're saying that. Finish. Updating full, but it's still doing updates. Now that might be just for Clipper screen. This is still running. Yeah, and it just updated. It just did another line. Well, no, it says 12:32, unless the time is off. Has it been done for 20 minutes? Where are we at? 12:32:32. Oh, we're not at the bottom. Waiting for Clippy to reconnect. This may take up to 2 minutes. Let me refresh. Yeah, I'm sorry. That's been done for a while. Small rig is the camera stand. Small rig. Magic arm. Super useful for pointing it in tight spaces. I was not live, apparently. Okay, everything is up to date. Everything's still happy as expected, but we're gonna go through and get these versions because we're at Clipper 410 and this is 173. So we are not fully up to date yet. We need to go through and update the we are going to update the MCUs. I do not think giveaway time. Giveaway time is when we finish printers today, Michael. We did change it up, so it's a little different today. So we are giving away a spool of filament for every successful printer update, full printer update. We've given away 2 so far. When we finish this one, we'll do another giveaway. Like no one know I have that filament. Thanks for answering. Oh yeah, it's kind of tough to get some of this stuff in the EU. I get that. Magic arm link on the Discord. Cool. I'll look at that. Okay, so we're gonna go here. We are using, I believe, yes, we are using USB to CAN bridge mode on the controller here. What screen do you have on that? This is the HDMI 5 from Big Tree Tech. HDMI 5. Okay, so we're gonna come down here in this guide. We're gonna come here to updating, and we're going to do the CAN bridge mainboard updating first. So to update Clipper, first need to compile a new Clipper bin with the correct settings. Let's go back and expand this and open this in a new tab so we can get the Manta E3EZ settings here. And we're gonna need a SSH hi at Mercury One local. Get in here. Okay, we're gonna need that. So you can find screenshots of settings. Otherwise, you want the processor and clock reference to be set for whatever board. We're gonna want to system CTL stop Clipper and CD Clipper. Right. Actually, do we want to do that, or do we want to, is Catapult actually on this? Don't know. How do I, actually. Let's go back here. Let's look at the printer config. Ah, okay. So that does show as that. And do you know if the Triex project is still being actively worked on? Thinking about building one, but there haven't been any updates to GitHub in a few years. Now that it is being updated in the community, if Joey is still here, it's familiar. So all community updates are happening on the DoomCube Discord. Let me see if this will. Let me see. So DoomCube Discord is, nope. Why does it do that? Hidden use copy button. Hidden use copy button just copies the hidden use copy button. Oh, there we go. Copied. Nope. Hidden use copy button. That's the DoomCube Discord invite link. I'm sorry, it won't let me copy and paste it. There is no way for me to copy that. I just use the copy button and it's not letting me. So if you're not a member, if you can find it, that's where it's at. Mandic ran into that the other day too. Now, if that was my server and I had access, and that's what I think he did, is you can go in and get that link otherwise. But I'm not an admin on the DoomCube server, so I can't get the link otherwise. If it was mine, I could give you a link, but that's a little oversight on the Discord folks. Okay, I need to decide what order of operations I want to do here. What I want to do is, I don't remember if I put CanBoot/catapult on this control board. So what I should be able to do is double tap the reset button, and if that's the case, since this is in USB to CAN bridge mode, I should be able to see it in ls dev or in dev serial. So let's try that. Now there are 2 reset buttons, I think. You out of here, John? See you, John. Gonna get a little better view down in here. There's 2 reset buttons, but I don't know if one of them's for the Pi and one of them's for the controller. So let's see. Like a treat from Cold Stone. Oh, hey, Steve. No, I'm good. Thank you. I appreciate it, though. Hey, Max. We are on printer number 3 of updates. It took us a good while to do the first V0, but that was a full OS level update and everything. So I want to go off to the Manta E3EZ documentation and look at what let's go back here and go to the hardware and see if we have, let's just look at the pin diagram, see if it's listed here. We've got a reset button here and a reset button here, but it doesn't say which is which. So let's look at the actual manual for it then. User manual. The Russian cat. Oh yeah, that came up earlier, Max. What's the origin of RCF? You can run a jumper wire between one of the reset pins on the board to GPIO. Then you can automate it through the terminal. That sounds fun. We're not going to do that right now, but that sounds interesting. Let's see if we have some explanation in the manual here. We might have to download this because GitHub doesn't render long PDF manuals very well. A little bit here. I am going to open the door for the cats because I heard a meow. I don't want to trap them in here. There you go. If you want to go, you can go. There we go. Okay, pin out. Connection description, motor voltage selection. USB or UART. Touch wiring, power loss, filament sensor. Let's get down probably to some of the, there we go, download, see if there's anything in here on Orange Cat, gotta do orange things, yep. Multiple devices on the same computer, you can create dev aliases. Oh, that's neat. There's so much cool stuff you can do with this stuff. I'm not really seeing anything there. I'm gonna make an educated guess and double tap one of these. If it isn't the right one, I'm gonna find something non-conductive I can reach in here. See if that worked. So if that worked, then we should get a, okay, that didn't, it didn't put it into that mode. Let's try that again. Nope. Nope, that did a full reset. Oh, there it is. Yep, it was the other one. Here we go. So I did install Catapult, and apparently I updated it to Catapult at some point. So we do have it is in Catapult mode now. So that's what I wanted to figure out here, is if I had put Catapult on the main board and not just the EBB36. So now we can go through and follow these update instructions. So we can go through, let's do an update the actual Catapult version. So updating Catapult isn't something you should need to do regularly. All of this is not something, remember, we're not saying go and do all the updates. We're saying if you're going to do all the updates, these are the kind of things you're going to run into. Catapult will very rarely need updating. We're going to do it just to go through the process, but this is not required to get through this. My camera is focusing on the Bowden tube there. There we go. So the only time you should really need to update Catapult is if you're changing can speeds, and even then it's only on the toolhead. If you need to do this, please refer to updating can speed. Should never really have to update your Catapult on the main board. Even if you wish to change your CAN bus speeds, you don't need to change Catapult on the main board, as it only communicates via USB and not via CAN. So given that, why don't we not update it on the main board and we'll update it on the toolhead board? We'll follow the advice here. Does that sound reasonable? We'll still be updating a Catapult version, but we'll update it on the toolhead board. So, but let's first start with this CAN bridge mainboard update. I know, crazy talk. Let's go over here, and we need to, I don't think we just need the Clipper USB CAN bridge config. So we're gonna bring that up, bring my, oh, jeez. What did I do? What did I do? There we are. Make clean, make menu config. you're using CAN and had a tool head board and ERCF, do you have to run the CAN cable serially or can you run them in parallel? That's a good question. If you're using, so you're talking about, you can run them, basically, you're saying using two outputs from whatever your CAN device is, running them out to each one, that you would be paying attention to where you put your terminating resistors. So if you have them, like both cables coming out from your controller board, your terminating resistors would be on each end. If you only had one device, and your terminating resistor would be on the toolhead board and the main board. If you ran them from your main board to, let's say, your toolhead board, then to your ERCF board, then your terminating resistors would be on the ends. So does that answer your question? Because it's not really parallel versus serial in that case. You're always, yeah. Okay. It looks like this is what I updated last time. So we have an STM32, we have a G0B1 with an 8K bootloader, 8 megahertz crystal. Hey, Griffin. The rest of this is, CAN interface. Really? Clipper USB to CAN bridge configuration. Why is that? Oh, this is actually probably the toolhead board is what I did here. So we're going to change this to the USB to CAN to bridge mode. It must use the same thing on each one. So yeah, star then parallel. Got it. I just ran into that playing with the Phoenix. Quit, save. So that is set. Now we can go back to our instructions and we could stop the Clipper service already. We're still on the Mercury. Yeah, I wasted 20 minutes apparently because the web interface said it was still running through updates, but it had already been done. So I wasted 20 minutes not realizing that it was actually done. Share a link to my flashing scripts and screenshot. There's ways to get devices into flash mode without physical interaction for a lot of boards. Oh, there is for this too. You can run there's a script for Catapult that will put it into Catapult mode, but I figured I have access to the reset switch right here. If you already have a functioning CAN setup and your MCU CAN bus UUID is in your printer config, then you can force Catapult to reboot. This is it right here. You can force Catapult to reboot if you have the UUID. And then that, and you can verify it's in the proper mode. We did, we saw it say Catapult. And then you run the same command you used to initially flash Clipper using the out from command above. So we need to first make this. So make, and let's just get -J4 because it used the 4 cores of the CPU. You only have 2 devices, then the controller, then they're always in serial. Just put the terminators on the end of 2 devices. It gets interesting when you add the 3rd device. And that's kind of, I think I explained it well, depending on what routing you do for the wires, where you put the terminating resistors. Okay, now we're gonna run this just to bring it back up. So confirm we're in Catapult mode, and we are going to run this guy here. This. And that should be it. Okay, flash success. So if we go back here, close this, and I'm waiting for it to, I gotta start Clipper. Copy button at the top right of the text box. No, the problem with that, I've come across too many fields for that where you copy and it includes a carriage return. Now, of course, it doesn't have the right thing in there, so it's just going to error out because it doesn't have the device path. But so many of those I've run into where I hit that copy button and it includes a carriage return. I have to paste it anyway, or re-enter the command, hit up arrow or whatever. So I get that there's a copy button there. It's not consistent. If we go to machine now, it's still waiting to come back up. Why is it waiting to come back up? Okay, that's correct. Come on. Do whatever you're gonna do. Air out, whatever. Let's do this again. Firmware restart. Why? I'm just gonna power cycle. All right, power him back up. It's booting. I just started working on the enclosure. I finally got to a point where I was satisfied with clicky servo settings. On what printer? Clipper is attempting to start. Why is Clipper? Did I screw something up on that? Oh, and switch wire. What is going on? It was successful. I did reboot. Second to give us a took a perfectly working printer and broke it. There we go. Oh, so it's, why is it doing that? Is the CAN bridge mode, did I screw that up? USB to CAN bridge mode. We've got, let's make sure I had all the settings correct on here. Because that should still work. That shouldn't have impacted that. Did I update the wrong thing? Let's see. Oh, CAN bus interface. That I screwed up. I should have put this. That's where the problem is. So I need to redo that. So that should have been there. I missed that on the setting. So that's why the EBB36 isn't showing up now. So I think that's what's going on. So quit, yes. Let's double tap that, make sure yep, there it is. Now we're going to make clean, make J4. I missed that setting, that CAN bus interface setting. I had the communication interface correct, but I had the CAN bus interface setting wrong, so it didn't know how to get to the EBB36. So that's done, so now we can just recycle this tool right there. Now we can firmware restart and see. Yep, there we go. So missing one little setting is what caused that. You see that my MCU is now at 410. So MCU is up to date. We're halfway there. Once we get the EBB36 up to date, home it, we're done. So now we're gonna go and we are going to go here and we're gonna bring up the settings for the toolhead board, toolhead flashing, common toolhead boards. And Triex EBB36. So what we're really concerned about is this stuff down here. So now we're gonna go and we're gonna do the updating catapult. I want to update catapult on here. So updating a toolhead catapult. This is only if you need to update the catapult as well. If you're just doing Clipper firmware update, so you don't need to do this. We're gonna do it anyway. So let's go here. Actually, what is it named here? Can boot. Actually, there is a catapult folder. Did I update this? Yes. Okay. So I had updated this before. The can boot folder must be a remnant. We'll find out if we run into weird issues, and we'll know where to look. But so change your catapult directory. This time, make sure build catapult deployment application is configured with the proper bootloader offset, same as the application start offset that is relevant for your toolhead. Make sure all the rest of your settings are correct for your toolhead. So we're gonna go here, we're gonna bring this up, and the catapult config is what we want. So let's go here. There's a GBO1, 8K bootloader, 8 megahertz. Interface is CAN bus on PB0, PB1, PB, not D. 8K offset. That we're going to support bootloader entry, and we're going to enable a status LED on PA13. So basically following the guide here. Steve woke up and said I should update my printers, and the other side of the brain went content. Yep. Make, I think I already did a make clean, but I don't know if I did it on the catapult folder. So here, so now updating the toolboard. So all that's done. This time when you run make, along with the normal catapult bin file, it will also generate a deployer bin. Did I make sure, did that actually say that? Did I say generate? It doesn't actually say. Build catapult boot deployment application. Ah, yeah, it did. Okay, quit. If you already have a functioning CAN setup in your MCU toolhead, CAN bus ID is in your printer config. So we're going to go to our printer config. We're going to be able to grab our nope, I typed PA13. Thank you for double checking me though, Jack. Got that. We want, so we should be able to grab this. And this will put it into catapult mode. No, that's okay. I don't mind being double check. So that and the EBB36 UUID, which starts in 0, ends in C. Starts in 0, ends in C. Okay. We'll probably say flash success. If you don't have the UUID or something has gone wrong with the Clipper firmware, you can verify it's in the proper mode by running this. And we don't have to enter anything here, so I can copy this. If there's a carriage return in there, it's fine. See, there's a carriage return. It ran it immediately. And this is showing the application catapult, so this is all expected. And then the other thing, so you're right, I didn't do the make yet, that was up here. I got distracted with those other stuff, so we can do make that. Might be worth showing people the devices dialog at the top of the config editor screen, as many don't know about it. Well, that's right. If we go in here, there is a devices, and if we refresh, we may see it since it's in, yep. So there we are. This is, and it says it's in catapult mode. So that is interesting. It's up here in mainsail. There's serial devices, USB devices. Okay, now that we've made that, we can go and function can setup that. Now we're going to, and I'm going to copy and paste this. Copy that. I did not know that button. Awesome. That was worth bringing up then. Now we can come back here, get rid of that, and we'll go ahead and go right here. Can 0, copy that, and paste it there. And that should do it. There we go. So now it should updating mainboard catapult. So we're not going to worry about that. So we decided we're going to follow the recommendation on that. And that gets us to, let's close this. That's just catapult though. Now we need to update the firmware on it. So let's update toolhead updating. So we are going to use the Clipper config stuff here. So toolhead updating, we're going to go to DD and make clean that up, and you config. Hey Bob, how are you? This is going to be different. Bring this up, get that at the bottom of the screen. And STM32, 8, and we are CAN bus on PB0, PB1. And the rest of it should be fine. Really hate that menu config shuffle. My M8P does not work if I build a new firmware, no idea what's the issue. Clean that, do that. Now we can make it. So let's go back to the instructions. So we're going to make, clean, and make. First stop. I think that it's good practice to stop the Clipper service. I often forget. And I don't know that I've ever been bit by not doing it. But let's go ahead and do that. Now, I thought that there was something where service Clipper stopped working. So I've been using the system control stop Clipper. What is the difference? Isn't that an update? Some update in the OS change the behavior of that? Whole bunch of Phoenix config updates for me. Awesome. So Thomas F. Gen, Calico is coming. We will be doing a build with Calico, and I have some special stuff planned for that. So stay tuned. I'm not sure when. Maybe the Micron. Hopefully, maybe not, because that might be a little while out. We'll see. I have plans for Calico. I guess, I mean, if it all works out, I've already talked to the person. We'll have Roger on as a guest during that stream. So we'll have guest for that stream. I've already talked to them. They are willing. I just don't know when. So that's the special. And I think that's pretty special. So, okay, where was I? So we stopped the service. We need to put that into catapult mode. So let's get that into catapult mode. And UUID. See Calico on one of your streams to make me feel more comfortable trying it myself. It's just timing right now. I'd love to do it like today. I'm excited about it. That's like this stream. I was excited about it, so that's why it came so quick. But I don't know. It's got to be on a printer, and I got to figure out what that is. And if I get a little gap in schedule, then I might force it in somewhere, put it on the grade Trident or something. So that, and then we want, you can verify, let's make sure that it's in the proper mode. And it is, so we're good. And then we can do this. And grab our UID right there. And remember that we need a space there. Okay. Awesome. So now, restart Clipper. From a restart. Put it on a machine where you can demonstrate some quality of life stuff like senseless. Yeah, the gray Trident is senseless homing. So, good night. I have gone to bed. Okay, good night, Maurice. Thanks for being here. Okay, we are on 410 for the MCU. We are on 410 for the EBB36. We have a happy Clipper. Let's home it and move on. We have an updated printer. Deck panel on. We might as well watch it home. Go. And this one is, I think, is it? Oh, I did switch this to senseless homing. I did. Home all. Oh, senseless homing on X. That's right. And senseless homing on X and a switch for Y is how I have it set up. And Z-tilt. Cookie, this is a Mercury One. Yeah, that was a significant update. How do you speed up sensorless homing without affecting the sensitivity? You don't. You tune the sensitivity to the speed, and it's a balance. What works well is going to be a balance between the speed that you're homing and the sensitivity value and the current of the steppers and all this stuff. There's several variables you can change to tune that. So we are going to be drawing another roll of filament here. This is a successful update. Be sure you get your entry in. The link is in the pin post and the description. There is no 3-second countdown, so don't wait for the last second. As I go to copy those names is when it will be grabbed. You do not have to re-enter, but if you've already won and I draw your name, then I'll just be drawing again because only one winner today. Or one spool per winner today. Okay, that is done. It's going to do its final little home. I mean, you can speed it up. You just have to realize the variables that you may have to change in order to make that work well. And certain combinations might not work well. So you might not have a scenario where you can home at 300 millimeters per second and have it actually detect in time to not cause a crash. This is the Mercury One by 0G. So, okay. I am going to do that and shut down. We are going to go over and draw another name. So there. Grab a new list. It's like Dutch dude got in the last bit here. Need to do more research then. Thanks for putting me on the right path. Just put Mercury 1.1 350 on Facebook Marketplace. This makes me want to make a small 0G. I have a Mercury One Plus, but I want to do a smaller one. That'd be fun. Like I said, I do like this printer. Its frequency of use has nothing to do with how much I like it. That's more to do with having 26 printers and I can only print on so many of them. Okay, so everything is copied in. We are going to shuffle this somewhere between 1 and 4. Somewhere between 1 and 4. Smokin' Joe, you said 3. We're going to do 3. 1, 2, 3, and spin. You must be here still. You must be here to win. CMY Keith. CMY Keith. I recognize that name. Are you here though? You have 2 minutes to say something. CMY Keith. CMY Keith. Are you here? There you are. Awesome. Congrats. Let me copy that. Put it in my list of names. And paste that there. That is looking good. Let me grab a new winner. Link or email here. I've got all of this staged. All these giveaways are all staged, so it's nice and quick, instant emails. I don't have to worry about it later this week. Make sure that got the right email. Yep, and you should have an email shortly. Congrats. 3 down, up to 3 to go. Every time I refresh the page, I lose the existing chat. Oh, really? That's annoying. Awesome. This is shut down. Let's turn it off and put it back on the shelf. Okay, now we're down to 3. We are down to 3. Triex VZBot or the black V2. Shuffle this a few times. Not that it matters much. And spin. Looks like we got Triex. Triex. Awesome. Come on down. You're the next contestant on hitting the update button. I'm pretty certain that the VZBot is heavier than this. There's a Triex. I need to grab something though. I need to grab something. Do I have one in here? Yes, I do. Perfect. So, Triex is, I believe it is a Big Tree Tech Octopus main board with the Mellow tool head boards, Mellow SB 2040 tool head boards. The other garage is very empty right now. Yes. It is very empty. So let's power it on first and look at it, and then we'll flip it over and look at the electronics configuration and stuff. So Joey is here. Perfect. So this is a Octopus tool board because we started with a Fly Super 8 from Mellow on it, but it actually has something about it that it would always shift one of the tool heads. If anybody remembers, it would always shift one of the tool heads when homing Y. And I could not figure it out. Joey and I both worked on it. Joey helped me in person at Rocky Mountain earlier this year. Could not figure it out. And I just got to the point where I needed to do some process of elimination. I swapped out an Octopus and that problem went away. So I don't know what it is about that Fly Super 8, but it did not like the dual end stop setup for homing Y. This is a combination frame. It's a 350 wide frame with 250 depth frame parts. See you, Mark. It was almost a full year ago, yep. Triex got all excited it would be triple extruder. I should watch this stream. Is this one that got the Mellow board I got you? Yes. No, it didn't. That one on the Legacy. That one on the Legacy. And thank you for the super chat. Is that now handy Doomcube? Now handled by Doomcube? So yeah, any community updates that are happening with the Triex are happening on the Doomcube Discord server. So anybody who's interested in this, but we are going to power it on, look at the software side of it to see what where we're at. That didn't work, so let me get Triex out of the list here. And it is booting still, but hey, buddy. I got an announcement that he was here. He said, hey, pay attention to me. Okay, it is up, it is happy. Let's Triex.local. Let's see what state this is in. Hey, Ryan. We are on printer number 4 right now. This is the deputy inspector right now. He really wants attention though. He probably wants a treat. You want a treat? You're here visiting. You can get a treat. Oh, okay. You caught it. Good job. Does the Triex need special software? No, no. Everything should be good with it. So it is happy. Everything is happy. It's no longer a Fly 8. I need to change the name of that, I guess. Everything's happy. It is, let's see, let's go to the machine. This is not as out of date as, this is more up to date than the Mercury One. But this was probably, we probably updated this at Vice, probably. That's okay. It's still, it's a multi-tool head configuration now, so a little different than the what we've done so far. It's all still valid, so let's refresh all of this. We've got an MCU, two tool boards. This is one of the things that if I didn't want to know, I intentionally didn't want to know what state these were in, but it might have been a good idea to boot them up and do this refresh. Oh well, I'm doing good. I know it's starting to get quite late for some folks, but is Mitch's stream still going? It's less than 2 p.m. Yeah, it is. Yes, good. If anybody is interested, bring it up on a different window. Go check out what they're doing. Helping out Mitch. Do you plan to build a stealth changer build or do you make one? It's on the list of things that could potentially, Mitch is nearing 10K dollars? Wow. It's on the list of things that could potentially be a project. It's not planned right now. Enjoying your stream because I'm doing pretty much the same thing. Nice. Ooh, 7, that's awesome. Good for him. Okay, this is all updated, so we're gonna do an update all. Understand, start the update. Hitting the update button. I would happily pay someone to update my machine. Oh, yeah, there you go. You're recompiling firmware on every update. Yes. Yes, the intent is to bring everything up to the minute. Mitch with the backpack printers, yep. Up to the minute firmware and software updates. Oh, I didn't actually check. I'm pretty sure this is on Bullseye. I didn't actually pay attention to that. So no OS level update here. With the understanding, I've said this several times already, but with the understanding, this is not what the recommended process for all of this. It's not recommended to just hit update everything, But when you do need to do it, if there's a reason to, then this is the kind of stuff you might run into. Oh. Hey. I need to trim your claws. I picked these 6 printers because they were the 6 printers that I knew worked, were functional, that I hadn't updated recently. Is basically it. These are the ones that I knew were at least a few months out of date. And a few months to however long. It sounds like the first one we did was a couple of years out of date. So, and that's good. We got the toughest one out of the way first, which means the most people got to see that one. So. I would have thrown a Prusa in the mix, but I mean, that would have been a gimme. Just there's not a lot to the firmware updates on those. Unless we ran into something where we needed to force an update or whatever. But I've had those have kept pretty up to date, and there hasn't been an update. So just as a throw a Marlin printer in the mix, but I don't have any other Marlin printers. I'm gonna wait until you decide to build Stealth Changer and watch it. I'm really liking multi-filament, multi-material solutions. So I'm having a lot of fun with the MMU3, way better than the MMU2. So I'm having a lot of fun with that. I have built a filament management system for the black box, so I'm going to start doing more with that. And then this guy, I really need to get it working well and functional. This Prusa is just a simple update button or similar to Clipper. It's a simple copy a file to the USB stick and plug it in and reset. Now, if you need to put like a modified firmware on there or reload existing firmware, then I think you hold down or you hit the encoder knob at some point during boot up to force it to look for firmware files, but there's really not much to it. It would have been a gimme. One of the biggest things about updates I'm seeing recently is people swapping to eddy current probes and running into difficulties so they aren't up to date. So that's a reason to update. So that's a reason to go through what we're doing here. So, and making sure that you have all of the components in your system up to a functioning, compatible state. Yeah, I'm looking forward to Box Turtle as well. Do I have any of the parts right around here? Did I set them? So I've got things printed for Box Turtle. Okay, I'm paying attention to the Clipper screen because it seems to be more reliable. But this is bits and pieces. This is their little fidget test print. This is the colors I'm doing: a Galaxy Black with the Galaxy Dark Gray. But one of the extruders in here. And then this is one of the trays with the little controller. Just a few parts. I've got a lot more printed than this. This is just what I have handy. No, this is all Polymaker filament that I decided on this one. I wanted a Galaxy Black and this. I wanted neutral colors because I don't know what printer it's going to end up on. It's going to go on the green V2 to start, but I don't want to reprint it. This is a lot of printing. The Box Turtle is a lot of printing. Okay, this is finished. Again. Updating. Spool done. Okay, we got all the guys. Okay, there you go. You're taking my shirt with you. Buddy. Okay, let's close that and let this refresh. I just decided on the color scheme for my build. Nice. Printer to be on. I've gotten into the habit of turning them off when not in use. Great with orange extrusions like the Triex. Yeah. I definitely have a preference for tool changing, but there's a whole other level of calibration on a tool changer. Getting the offsets correct is a whole thing, and that relies on your motion system being very repeatable as well. Okay, we are on Bullseye. We do have an up-to-date software setup, so now we need to go through and figure out what we are doing with the tool boards. Now, did I not put, let's SSH into this and see what we got going on. Oops, that's not helpful. Oh, and this is one where I need to delete it from my host file, known host file. Triex. Oh, it's way up here. It's way up here in the... Okay, that should be good. Save it. Let's just minimize that. There we go. Okay, let's see what we have here. Okay, we're not using Catapult to update these, so we will do it all otherwise. Isn't IDEX also complicated with the nozzle offsets? Oh yeah, for sure. Anything that's not a single nozzle, like a filament changer, like the MMU3 or box turtle or whatever, is going to have an additional level of calibration in order to get good prints. And not necessarily one-time calibrations. These are continuous calibrations, at least at some level of interval, depending on how your system behaves and what you're doing. So, okay, so this is not running. This is not running Catapult. So let's see what we do have. So I think I want to shut it down and get a good look at the underside of this before we move too far along. Now, in order to do that, I am running the Mandela Roseworks kinematic mount system, and I tend to throw a little clamp right there, and that'll keep that thing from falling off when I flip the printer. Yeah, chamber temps can have an impact. How consistent can have an impact for sure. So Z offset is important, but so is X and Y offset when you're talking about a multi-tool head setup, either IDEX or a tool changer or whatever. So let's look at what we're playing with hardware-wise. Get this thing flipped around. I think I'm just gonna let it drop off to its side, and I'm gonna need yeah, that'll work. Just something I can set the printer on to keep it from resting on the filament. sent you a pic on Discord for where we're at. It's Lockdown's build. Where you're at on 0G, or on Mercury One, I mean. Ooh. Need that rock roller mod. I'm gonna just pull this panel completely off because I'm at an angle here because I've got it propped up on the back. Deal with. So I'm just gonna pull off all the screws, all 6. There we go. Okay, so we are an octopus. We are a U2C. We have a Pi 4, right? Yep, Pi 4. Okay. Let's go ahead, in case we need to do anything, let's just power it on right here. Set this off to the side. Screws off to the side. Currently printing the belt tension tool. Anyone can tell me why there's 5 different needles? I don't know. Okay, this is number 4. Let's get through this. I want to get through at least one more after this. Okay. Let's go plug back in. And let's see. Okay, so we see the octopus. Different needles based on how well you print and calibration, I think. So I believe for the octopus, we should be able to just do that. Make menu config. Let's see what we have here. This is all fresh, so let's go STM. What was that? 446. And then we need to figure out the rest of this. Here, this will be good. We can use even though we're not running that, we can use the guide here, the esoterical guide for the octopus, and it's not a pro or anything, but just the 446, this basic information here, not all of it, because we're not doing USB to CAN bridge mode on this. So I should be able to take that basic information, and it's a 446, the 32K, 12 megahertz crystal, and communication is on USB, but we're not doing CAN bridge mode, and that's it. So let's quit that, and yes. Now, can we, I think I've done this before, but I could be mixing up things. Can't I do a make flash device equals and grab it, just send it directly there? That didn't work. Okay, why aren't you working? Copy. What? You copy. Copy. There we go. Won't that work? We'll find out. It's going to error out if it won't. What is the latest for an IDEX on a Voron? Is it still being worked on? It's the Phoenix. The Phoenix is the latest IDEX from Voron. Is there a place I can find the information for setting up sensorless homing? The Voron docs, docs.vorondesign.com has a good guide in there. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so straight to here. Let's try again. And let's firmware restart. Look in community docs. Look in community docs under the Voron design docs. So there we are. MCU, that worked. MCU is on 410 now. Oh, the Voron design one is what I've used, Taco, and welcome. Okay, so the octopus is updated. So that was super simple. Enter the settings into the menu config command and then make it to the flash device of the USB path, the serial path. Can we take anything from Phoenix IDEX to a V2? Possibly. So now we have the these toolhead boards to update. And I'm surprised I don't have those set up on Catapult. Found out the other day, you can click the MCU names on that screen and get a bunch of info. If we go into printer config, oh, you can click the MCU names on here and get a bunch of info? Oh, well, that's interesting. I found that out today too. I found that out today too. Look at all that. Last stats. Here, let's do that. What is this? We're running 500,000 CAN bus frequency. Huh, interesting. I like finding out things today. Host. Raspberry Pi 4 gig. Distribution bullseye. Wow, that's cool. Okay, what particular boards do I have in here? I don't have, I did not install Catapult on those. So these are, let me see if I can get eyes on one of them. Oop, that's gonna run into that, but maybe that's close enough. Let me get eyes on one of them and see what we got going on. There we go. This is a don't know exactly, but it's the mellow. So let's go out and see if we can find some documentation on here. So mellow fly SB 2040 docs. Let's just see that. Here we are, SB 2040. These are the V2, I believe. It's this guy right here. That's correct. Yep, this is what I have. So here, I haven't been pasting these. I probably should have been, the pages I'm on, but let's go clipper configuration. Clipper with CAN bus and updating clipper on CAN bus. Let's see what they say about it. As well, the infused, I have kconfig, a huge help. Oh yeah. One day when I'm comfortable with it, we'll cover some of those automated methods of updating in this, but for now, we'll just do this. Oh, this is the kconfig. Here you go. Menu config, set the settings, quit and save, and flash it. And this is using Catapult. I mean, we could just put Catapult on them. Why don't we do that? Why don't we put Catapult on these? Because it should be there. It'll make this easier for me in the future. So let's, this is a good thing. We're gonna install Catapult. We didn't have it before. So let's go Catapult, GitHub. ArcSign Catapult. Formerly known as CanBoot. So building, uploading Clipper. So Catapult also uses Clipper's build system. The build is compatible with menu config. Steps to fetch and build are as followed. Okay. Uploading Clipper, Flash tool usage. Catapult deployer, contributing. Where's the other stuff for, like, okay, well, I think we can do that from home. WD, okay, from home. So I should be able to paste that. I mean, it's gonna run into make menu config. Here we are. Okay. Is there a competing project called Trebuchet? I gotta go. See you, Derek. Thanks for being here. Oh, it's gonna run here. Let's just, it's gonna run make after this. I guess that's okay. It hasn't ran it before, so let's go here. And now we want to go to a toolhead flashing and common toolhead and the Mellow Fly SB2040. So this is what we want here. So question. So recommendation. I noticed when I was looking at things, I've got this running at 500K for CAN communication speed. Is it worth it going through and changing that to 1 million? What do we think? Oh, I don't know why I didn't do it, but I really should have had my other microphone on charge just in case. I think this printer, when I first built it, started at like 250K. This was way back earlier config recommendations. And I changed it to 500K at one point. Do I need to change the U2C stuff if I do that? I haven't used a U2C in a long time. See you, Joe. Okay. Let's go through the full esoterical guide then. So we want to go from the beginning because I don't know that all of this is set up correctly, because I know there's some extra things that this guide goes through. So let's just go through the whole guide. Everything has to match baud rates for the CAN network. Now, does the U2C, how do I change it on that? That's the thing that would stop me from changing it from that. The U2C, let's look at the U2C. Let's grab a BTT U2C GitHub. Let's look at this. I'm pretty sure, oh, this might be a mellow U2C or U2C. I think this is, oh yeah, this is the fly one. So let's see if they have, is it in here? U2C, yeah. Let's open this in a new tab. So we are using a U2C. Let's go to the overview. No need to change the firmware on the U2C. It's a network adapter and you just configure the speed from the guide page you were looking at. Okay, thank you. I wasn't clear on that. You change it in the CAN bus setting on the Pi. Okay, good. I'm glad. I don't want to deal with this. Okay, let's go here. Getting started. So let's start this. Make sure the system network surface is enabled. Okay, so let's quit this and let's go to home. So make sure that's enabled. Okay, created symlink. Then start the service. This all should already be done, right? Okay, then check it is running properly. Loaded active system, loaded active running network configuration. Is that correct? Make sure it says loaded active running, loaded active running. Okay. Unfortunately, this also enables the system network to wait online service, which can cause your system to be frozen for around 2 minutes on boot as it waits for network interfaces to be online. If the problem was only the CAN interface, and there would be ways around this, but as there are edge cases where the wait would still happen, I found it's best just disable the wait online in service by running this. Okay. Speed is ignored on the Pi side, but make them match anyway. Okay. Disabling the server results in a negative impact on certain Linux distros or setup. Please let me know. Okay. Then configure the transmit queue length for the interface by running the following command. Copy the line entirely and paste it into your SSH sys. Okay. What is this doing? This is putting this in a file, right? Echoing that to a file. Is that okay? Let's look at that file first. I want to see what that file looks like right now. So let's see what that looks like. So it's empty. Okay. Let's exit that. So now let's copy this and paste it. Now let's look at it. There we are. Okay. So it created that file. Okay. Confirm it's replied correctly. And it should look like this. And we just checked that. We basically did that. Didn't this used to be a transmit queue length of 1024? And he's explaining the difference between 1024 and 128. And that's based on a recommendation from Clipper at the Clipper level. Enable the CAN 0 interface and set the speed, run the following command. Now I think this has actually already been, this one is already there. So let's look at that. Yes. So we have here, and then we're going to change this. I think we're going to, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to just delete all of this and let it do its thing. So we're going to output that, close that, and then we are going to copy this, and then it doesn't have to rely on me doing any typos. So let's look at that now. And now it's the same thing, but it's been populated with the correct values. So now I can exit. Then finally reboot the Pi. Okay. Sudo reboot now, apparently, because that's what they say to do, and we're doing it. Okay, so my termination resistors should be in okay spots. I think they're on both of the tool heads, but not on the U2C. Hey Jake, I am doing great. We're on the 4th printer updating today. Some boards can, tool head, cabling. Next step, now that the CAN 0 interface files are set up, you need to choose how you're going to connect your Pi to the CAN bus network. Simple as use a dedicated USB to CAN device. That's what I'm doing. Let's do that. If you want to use a dedicated USB CAN device, then it should be as simple as plugging it into your Pi with USB, and I did. Better, if everything is correct, you'll see something like this. That's rebooted, so if we do that command right there. Oops, nope. I gotta reconnect. Now we can run that command. We should see something like bitrate 1,000,000, CAN, QLin 128. Yep, everything's matching. Hey Nico, welcome. What we are doing today is just updating printers. Whatever we run across, we're dealing with, we're updating printers to the latest versions. Not necessarily something you want to do on a regular basis, but if you did have to do it, then this might help. We are giving away a roll of Polymaker filament for every printer we successfully update. We've given away 3 so far. The link is in the pin post in the description. It is a rolling entry. You don't have to enter more than once. Can't enter more than once. I will grabbing the set of names fresh when it is time for the next drawing. So, but you have to be here to win. So stick around, watch what we're doing. Currently we are updating my Triex here, and we have updated the main board, the Octopus. Now we're going to update the tool head boards, which are connected with CAN. Okay, returns an error, didn't return an error, note on the note. Note on the note, the BTT UTC was released with bad firmware. We're not using that. Can you, on flashing your tool head for use with CAN bus. So feels like Deja Vu was up all night doing CAN stuff too. Should you add a baud rate on MCU connected via USB? I'm following the directions here. If I missed a step that said to do that, let me know. But I'm not sure whether you should or not. Following should be taken as an overall guide on what you're going to be achieving. If we're doing anything, it's good to have some dependencies installed. Did this by running these. These are all done. Everything's been working. I've had CAN working on here. So installing Catapult, and that should already be done. Yes. This will clone the Catapult. We don't need to do that. Now we can go into what we were doing. So, nope. Catapult. Okay. Oh, cool. Thanks, JBs, for clarifying. Now we are going to set this up for, this is not that. This is going to be in These are 2040s. And we're gonna go here, actually, toolhead updating. We're not gonna reuse that. We're gonna toolhead flashing, SP2040 V1 and 2, and catapult config. This is what we want right there. So we want flash chip. Okay, processor model is the 2040. So flash chip, W on C divs, clock div, build. We want a 16K bootloader, communication interface, CAN bus, CAN R4, 5, 1,000,000, GPIO, support bootloader, and enable the status LED on GPIO 024. Oh, I got a question on exactly what you're doing. When I check my machines and it is updated to OS and Moonraker and Clipper, and I press update all, do I have to update the firmware on all MCUs? It depends on what version is on them versus what the updated version is, Nico. You may or may not, depending on what's changed. So you have to put them in boot mode, probably. I'm setting this up, and that is all correct. Quit, yes. Okay, let's go back up here. Boot mode. To put an SP2040 into boot mode for initial flashing, unplug any USB and CAN cables, and then hold the boot button. While continuing to hold the boot button, plug in the USB cable from the Pi to the SP2040. So I need a USB cable. There is a USB cable. Not that. This. Nope, that's a camera. Where is a USB cable I can use for this? I should have had this ready. I can use. Could use this. Oh, that's USB-C on both ends. All of those are USB-C on both ends. What's this? I think I'm gonna steal the, I don't think it's running. I'm gonna steal the camera cable here. Okay. Finally home. What printer are we on? The orange Triex. Yep. Okay, so we are going to go from. Uh-oh, what happened? I accidentally powered off my Stream Deck. Let me get it back up and running. There we go. So we're going to plug this into the Pi. Then we're going to get into, we're going to shut this down right now because I'm going to unplug the tool heads. So let's shut this down. Okay. Power that off. Now, I don't know if we're going to get any kind of a reasonable view on this anywhere. I don't think so. I'm going to unplug the tool heads from the CAN cables, and I'm just going to do both of them. Do one at a time. And then I think, is there a boot mode? Put the USB in boot mode for initial flashing. Unplug any USB and CAN cables, then hold the boot button. While continuing to hold the boot button, plug in the USB cable from the Pi to the SP40. Continue for a few more seconds, then release. The SP2040 should now show up in an LS USB command. So let's, those unplugged, let's power it back on. And then, where's the boot button? Boot button is the one right there. And where is the USB port. Where is the USB port on this thing? It's on the back side here somewhere, right? Let me get my phone. Yep, it's right there, right behind the CAN port. Okay. Okay, so I am going to take this plug and we are going to, oh, that might be tempting. He's asleep. We're going to reconnect to this thing. If I go LS USB, this is our results right now. Now, if I get the barely reach in here, hold down the boot button. Get this thing lined up somehow. Where is that port? Come on. There we go. Wait a few seconds, it said. And let go. Now if we run this again, we have, yep, RP2 boot. We have that in there. Cool. Okay, so it's in boot mode now. Connected to the Pi in boot mode. Show up at LC. So now tool head flashing. So we're sitting in installing catapult. Board doesn't exist. Flash board to the Pi via USB, then put the toolhead board in DFU mode. If your toolhead board uses an STM, use these flashing steps. If your toolhead board uses an SV2040, right down here. To confirm it's in boot mode, run an LS USB. We have that. That's all confirmed. Close this so I can actually see chat. Note the USB device. And then we're going to get into the catapult. We're going to make menu config, make sure everything is good here. It's never been run, but I'm going to run it anyway. And then make flash device equals 2E8A. Correct? 0003 2E8A. There we go. Warning. Old style definition. Are those an issue? I don't know. Okay. I think that's it. So we're going to do that twice. So I'm going to unplug this one. Flashing, resetting. Yeah, everything looks good. Unplug this one. And I need to get the cover off on this other one. Get that out of the way. USB plugged in while I'm holding down the boot button. Come on. There we go. Hold it down for a few seconds. Release. We should have. Yep, we still have a device in boot mode. So now it's just do it again. And that's it. So catapult should be on both of them. So now we're going to shut down so I can plug the CAN cables back in. Done with our USB cable here, so plug our camera back in. Okay, so that is it back? Oh, I turned it off, right? No. Now it's off. Off. Okay. Now I'll plug in the CAN cables. Close this up. Okay, now power it back on. Hey, Cynthia. A little tight to work in here. Mostly because the bed is fully up. This is printer number 4. This is printer number 4. I feel like we're doing pretty good though, especially considered we did the most difficult one first. The one that took the greatest amount of time was first. Oh, awesome. Congratulations. Almost at 1,000. Are we at 1,000 or is yours the latest serial one? Anyway, congrats on 992. Okay, it's booting up. Tool heads are plugged in. Get back in. Okay, we're in. So now we are at, we flashed it. Catapult is now installed. Click here for the next steps. Right there. So Catapult should now be successfully flashed. Shut down your Pi and then power off your entire printer. Take out any yada yada. And run the following command to see if the toolhead board is on the CAN network. So we can just copy that and paste it. There we are. We have 2 CAN nodes running Catapult, or in Catapult mode. There was 993 on the same day as me. Sure will be closer now since LDO had the switch wire kits on a blowout sale. Yeah. I'm glad the videos have been helpful. Okay, success so far. Continued success. We have 2 CAN devices on, we have 8A and 8B. Let's see if that matches. It should match stuff in our, now where did I do that? I think I have here. Okay, I did leave those in the main printer config. 8A and 8B. Yep, they're still the same one as it should be. So you see the above, take note of the UAD and move on to flashing clippers. So now we're going to go to the Mellow Fly and we're going to look at the clipper config part. Go clipper, make, I'm just going to clean it now. Menu config, and we are going to do, these are RP 2040s. And 40, 16K bootloader, CAN bus, and 45000 and GPIO 4. into set. Wrong architecture. This is correct. The screenshots aren't as up to date as the others, but these are RP2040s. Did I miss something? Yeah, multiple giveaways today. Different giveaway structure today at every successful print. So we're close. We're gonna have a giveaway here pretty soon. I'm assuming. I'm knocking on diluted wood here. So, okay, so that's good. So let's quit and yes. So that's that. And then here we are going to, now we're gonna go a make, and then stop the clipper service. I only do that when I get reminded. Okay, got an exam on AI in 7 hours, but I can't memorize all the info needed for a lot of math, I bet. Well, good luck. Okay, run the following command and take note of the catapult device that it shows. So let's go ahead and copy that again so we don't have to scroll up for it. So we have 2 nodes. This is the 4th, Smokin' Joe. This is the 4th. Then run the following command to install Clipper firmware. So we're just gonna go here. That up to there. There are 2 tool heads. Do we get 2 giveaways for this one? No, it's per printer. If it was per device updated, then there'd be a whole lot of spools given away, but okay, so that, and then we'll grab the first one. Now I'm going to, okay. I'm going to copy that, but I'm also going to now copy the second one as soon as, oh, that's not what I wanted. What the hell happened there? I hit, okay. That, and now copy that. Okay, enter. I saw something somewhere that pseudo service clipper stop wasn't the way to do it anymore. You should use system CTL, but I don't remember where I saw that. So that one should be flashed. So let's just go here now and paste the second ID and flash it. I think you reflashed the same one. No, I just flashed, I flashed here. This is C0, 8A, and then I did FA, 8B. So those 2 should be flashed now. Okay, command again, so she go with application clipper. There, and here. And we have 2 of them with application clipper. So now, start clipper. There's talk about being able to modify UUID to allow custom naming and an upcoming catapult so it can individually name tool heads, for example. That'd be awesome. Okay, I think, yeah, we're happy. Let's go to machine. We have 410, 410, 410. Everything is up to date. All the software is up to date. Let me put the bottom panel back on. I'll set it on its feet and we will home it. the bottom panel on. It's all wonky because I've got it propped on its side, so things don't quite line up correctly. There we go. Try to. Nope, I'm not going to be able to. I'll try this. There we go. Okay. Okay. Pull my clamp out. Keeping, because I have the Mandela bed mounts. The bed doesn't stay in place if you flip the printer. Okay, everything's good. Nudge. Nudge is nudging. All that is good. Let's go ahead and home it. Move, home, home all. What size V-core do you plan on building? 300. Very small as possible. Okay. Then since we did it on the last one, let's do a Z-tilt. Oh, that focus is all over the place, isn't it? Does Clipper fix the single probe versus multi-probe accuracy? That's a good question. The question, one of the questions is whether it's because of like play in the system, right? Isn't it if you always get a poor, or you're likely to get a poor value on the first probe because it's taking up slack in the motion system? The blocks under the bed are the Mandela Roseworks kinematic bed mount. There we go. Success. If you haven't gotten your entry in, now is the time to do it. I am not counting down from 3 seconds. As soon as I get things situated here, I will be copying out the names from the, oops, sorry, Felix. Copying out the names from the list. We have a successful printer update. So I will be drawing for another roll of filament. No, you're absolutely right, the GPs. You're absolutely right. I just don't remember, I don't know if anything has actually moved on that or any other like root cause stuff has been done. Okay. Felix. Printed visions. Let's see. We are at giveaway time. Let me delete these names. Delete. You know what I should have done? It probably would have broken Wheel of Names. I should have just appended everything. That way folks that were here for every one would have that much better chance for each one. It'd be interesting. A thought for later. Okay, I'm gonna copy these out. So if you haven't gotten in, you have about 2 seconds, a real 2 seconds. I gotta scroll. You got quite a few since last one. Let's copy this and paste it here. Okay, we are going to a number between 1 and 3. Number between 1 and 3. I don't know why I'm picking these, but Prismic. Let's see. Pico said 2. We're gonna do 2. 1, 2, and spin. Still have to be here to win. 2 minutes to say your name once it comes up. TG Custom RC. Congrats. Are you here? Congrats. TG Custom RC. TG Custom RC. Are you here? TG Custom RC. Here, we got a minute and a half left. We got 2 more printers. It's either the black V2 or the VZBot. I'm going to update all of these, unless something really stalls us. See ya, Ella. I feel like the next 2 are, I mean, the VZBot doesn't have any auxiliary boards. It's just updating the main board, and the V2 is a rep firmware update. It does have SBC and it has a CAN board, but I feel like we're going to go through all of these today. We got 26 seconds. TG Custom RC, Polar Ted Club member, possibly. Polar Ted Club member. Felix has found a spot on the Shapeoko table. 4, 3, 2, 1. Ah, too bad. Polar Ted Club member. Okay, I'm gonna shuffle this a few times and run again. Here we go. Here's the next one. Who do we got? Andy Compton. Andy Compton, are you here? You have 2 minutes to say something. Andy Compton. Andy Compton? Are you here? As we get further along in here, the chances of this happening are kind of higher, but do you... Andy Compton. Straight out of Compton. Do I lose my membership in the club if I get picked? No. No, you don't. Because I'm pretty sure, didn't Polar Ted win something later? At some point? Maybe I'm misremembering or making things up. Andy Compton. Andy Compton. Member for life, exactly. Andy Compton. Could be. Not surprising. Like I said, we get long enough in here and there's only so much some people can take of watching updates. I'm sure. Well, what are we up to? We peaked out well over 400 people, which is awesome. We are still well over 300 in here. And back and forth between computers and printers. We got 29 seconds. 29 seconds. What do we have? Better than screw sorting. I've done a good job on screw sorting lately. Working on building a buy list for my next 3D sets build. I've got a few things. I think I have some deliveries coming today. I found some aluminum round servo horns that I'm going to use instead of those plastic ones. So Andy, I'm sorry, you're on the Polar Ted Club list. We'll do 3 more shuffles and spin. What do we got? Jer Smith. Jer Smith, please be here. Jer Smith, please be here. Say something. Jer Smith. Jer Smith. How many entries? We have 400 entries. This is very reasonable. We have 400 entries and we've had peak over 400 people here. So Jer Smith is here. Thank you for being here. Congratulations. Let's copy that and paste it up here. If you did not get in on that roll, we are going to do at least one more, and I'm hoping 2. Jer Smith. Jer Smith, where are you? Jer Smith, there you are. Let's go over here. We've got, this is the 4th one. Oops. There. And then this is number 4, right? 4, 5, 6, yeah. Okay, all of this is correct. And send. Why do I have... Oh, I see why. Okay, I've got myself all set. Prismet, thank you for becoming a member. Have to go. Thanks for seeing. See you, Andres. See you, Andrew. See you back in a bit. Thank you for being here. Exactly. I don't want to keep rolling this. Okay, let's do that. Let's delete all of these. Which printer are we going to do? We are going to shuffle this a few times. Shuffle, 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 shuffle. Does the shuffle even matter at this point? Does shuffle even matter? Let's see which one's coming up next. Looks like our black V2. Okay, rep firmware. Rep firmware. We are doing the release candidate, the latest release candidate build on this. Let's remove. Shuffle, 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 shuffle. I'm shuffling it as hard as I can. You want the latest beta? Read the note I just published to Stream Chat and Discord. Okay, I will. It's mathematically irrelevant, I know. It's still fun. I mean, I'm shuffling this one. You just can't tell. Okay. Oop, not what in the world? Oh. There we go. Let's bring over. So this is my original Voron. This is the very first Voron that I have built. It is serial number 449. It is also not light. This was built as this is a 320 millimeter spec frame, and I lost my microfiber towel to a Felix bed apparently, so let me grab a different one. Felix is laying right on it. So this is serial number 449. It was originally a 320 spec frame. It is a 320 spec frame. I had a CR10 before. It had 310 millimeter bed, and I wanted it to be able to use the same build plates with a little extra room. So that is a dumb choice for a Voron. I later learned that the best option is to stick with 25 millimeter increments because the skirts are a lot easier to modify. So now the last rebuild I did on this, I added all of the Chaotic Lab CNC gantry stuff, the Z stuff, even I prototyped beta tested the aluminum door hinges, which are really pretty nice. A little finicky to set up so that they move smoothly, because everything's very rigid. So if stuff isn't lined up, then it doesn't work well. But what I discovered in the middle of working on this is I was using the Masumi corner cubes, and they were allowing my the corner extrusions to rotate. So I decided to get rid of those, and I just cross-drilled the extrusions, which effectively shortened the printer by 40 millimeters. So it's a little shorter than a equivalent V2. So the things about this printer is that it has a Duet Mini 5 Plus as well, but it has the add-on board to add 2 steppers. And then it has a E3D Revo Roto tool head with the Duet Roto can tool head board. So, yep, so it's sitting there, all of that's there, all of that is working. What filament is that red? It looks almost metallic. Are you being funny, Dr. Dave? Or should I call you Dr. Kyle for that question? Or was that a serious question? So all your printers have CAN tool heads then? No, some of them have USB. No, the VZBot does not. The VZBot is individual wires. Okay, let's power this thing on and see what we got going on. Never mind, I put Duet. Just follow Duet instructions. I thought you had a Team Gloomy toolboard. Oh, right. Yeah. Yeah, let's just power it on. So this is running a Pi on it, so I could have the Duet Web Control touch display. So it is in SBC mode. It may... Yeah. Did you find the Chaotic Lab gear a good improvement over printed plastic? I have not printed on this printer nearly enough to be able to say. There's a few little things I need to figure out on it before I put it into the regular rotation. A Trident is a logical answer there, the Cinzia. Okay, so this is booting up. And we should have something coming up here in a moment on the screen. Let's see what we got going on the web interface. V2 black. Oh, that's good. Why isn't the display working? Oh, there it is. It just immediately went to timeout. I don't know why. Don't know why. Okay. So we have, oh, the other thing about this printer that's different from my others is this is using the Duet Scanning Z probe as the, it has an end stop as well. I have a Z end stop and then the Scanning Z probe for QGL and bed mesh. And I'm using one of the E3D bamboo high flow obsidian hot ends in it. All of a sudden my printer name of 24 green isn't so bad. All of mine are V0 blue, V0 gold, V0 red, V0 gray, V2 blue, V2 black, V2 green. I'm very creative. I'm very creative with my printer names. I got Mercury One, VZBot, Triex. I do have Charlie Wire. That's probably the most creative one I have. It's Charlie Wire. Okay. So if we go to machine specific here, we'll see that we're on 351 for all of the stuff. So the difference that we're going to cover here, V2 Red is the name of my printer. I don't have a V2 Red, so move this thing out of the way. And let's go to the Duet docs. Use one of these. Poverty Slave, thanks for becoming a member. Mine is named Cat. I could have Orange Cat and Black Cat. Or Cat C Orange. And CV. Void. Okay, I want to look at the SVC documents, I think. Updating SVC. Oh, what version of, I'm not sure if I'm on, let's look at this. This could be something that would be really throw a wrench in the chain here. Updating SVC from Buster to Bookworm, because I'm pretty sure this is Buster. Nergorai, how big of a hole am I jumping into if I try this? Big purple. Read up on the new way to patch this one, Duet docs. It's slick, and read up on the new way to patch this one. Duet docs M97S2. Okay. M997S2. Let's look. Best was backup config and new Duet Pi image if it's Buster. Well, what does it say here? To update Buster-based SVC, follow these steps. Enable SFTP, load the FileZilla and connect to the default credentials, copy everything but firmware. Oh, that's doing that. Flash new image, possibly. Yep, it's telling me. That's what it's saying, is basically backup and re-image. That's what it's basically saying. But let's look at, what were you saying? The M997. Perform in-application firmware update. This command triggers a firmware update if the necessary files are present on the SD card. If it was Bookworm, all you'd have to do is M997S2. Really? Update SVC mode only. Well, let's update it. Let's update it. Let's update it. So let's do this. So Enable SFTP. Load FileZilla. Can I use WinSCP for that? Here, let's enable. Let's go here. Here, let's go to the console so we see it a little better. Okay. And then I bring this up in, where did CP? Let's cancel that. Okay. There we go. Do I have a SFTP? Yeah. So let's do I don't have it already. Nope. New one. V2 black. Local. Pi. And login. Yes. Okay, here we are. So I want to go back to here, get down to my V2 black, and we're going to, this is starting to get a little crowded in here. What is here? Config backup. Let's do a new directory. This is 351 backup. That's from the 351 version. And what does it say for us to do here? Are you sure it's Bullseye? No, I think it's Buster. I think it's Buster right now, because Bullseye wasn't an option. How do I check? How do I check? What's the best way to check? Nothing in here. What's the best way to check if something? Does anybody know? I've never remember. Yeah, it was in between. There was something really funky about Bullseye, but there was a bookworm image out there, but the Buster image was the stable one when I built this. And I couldn't get the bookworm stuff to work well at the time. It wasn't up to date. What's the, in here, there's something, does that work? We're just gonna OS release. Yep, Buster. We're in Buster. So we're gonna be re-imaging this, Max. So I'm just backing up stuff. We're gonna put a new image on a new SD card and redo it. So okay, so how do I set up my printer so I can use name.local? How do I set up my printer so I can use name.local like you? That's at some point that was all part of the, what is it, the Apple something, but I'm not sure. Okay, load files, copy everything but firmware and from opt DSF SD. Oh, close that. No. Opt DSF SD. Copy everything but firmware. Bonjour, that's what I was trying to think of. Then www. And but firmware and www. Okay. There we go. Got that copied. Oops, that's not what I want. To local PC. Flash new image. Use the step outlines here to flash the image file. Flash new SD card if possible. Is recommended a different card. So you have the old card to fall back on. That's what we're doing here. So let's open this in a new tab. And we're going to get flashing the image file. We get this thing. Other Raspberry Pi imager, bookworm. So we do the full one, right? Because we want the display. Yeah, so we want the full one with the display. Let's go ahead and grab this. And keep anyway. Save it to V2 black. Let's just throw it in here. Save. Once you're done with this painful process of feature updating with G-code, we'll do the Pi as well as our rep firmware all at once. Nice. Let me grab a new, fresh SD card. This guy in here. We're going to. Oh, that's not what I wanted. That was a random Pi 9000. Interesting. Pi imager. Okay, choose the device. Oh no, I don't need to do that. Need to, no filtering. Choose the OS. Use custom. V2 black, 351. It doesn't accept zip files? Oh, did it not actually down? Oh, it's still downloading. That's right. I've got my speedy 50 meg connection here. It's over halfway done though. Or it's about halfway done. It's still downloading. About 70% done. I don't know. 5.5 hours in the middle of updating 5th computer. I don't feel that that's too bad. Or 5th printer. Cat. There, oh. There we go. Cat. About 90% done. You know, it's 50 down and 10 up. But it's a DSL connection and not cable. So it is far more reliable than my cable connection for streaming. And it's dedicated to this computer. This is the only computer that communicates on that ISP. So. What's the tallest Trident one could build? If 500 millimeter 2.4s, but I know Tridents are different. It just gets tall. Trident's a very tall printer anyway, so. I mean, the more to the extremes of the size you go, the more things are going to matter. So the more you're going to have trouble with input shaper, the more you're going to have trouble with ultimate performance, whatever. The more you're going to have trouble with sourcing. Yeah, exactly. One minute left. Feel like the guides and processes for updating have gotten a lot better over the years. Yes, for sure. For sure. I mean, on the Clipper side, the esoterical guide has been amazing. That has been my go-to for so much stuff, and that doesn't deserve or doesn't as much credit as he gets. He deserves more. It's just been phenomenal. We waiting on a winner? No, we got a winner. Now we're on to the next printer. We are moments away from this being done, so we can image this next thing. Almost. There we go. Okay. Let's see. Where is... Here we are. And... Okay. There it is. Choose storage here. Next. Let's edit the settings. E2 black. The rest of this should be okay. And yes. Oh. Next. Sure, all that's fine. Save. Yes. 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 Oh, it's probably reading that zip file. There we go. Phoenix size Trident win. That was asked on the SMF drawing, the raffle drawing for the Phoenix, and I answered it. The never. If I'm the one developing it, never, because this is massive, and I don't have room for even one massive thing in my garage, let alone two. You were the one that asked it, isn't it? Right, the GPs? You're the one that asked it on that stream. By the way, Max, are you still here? Did I get my history of the Phoenix at least somewhat correct? Why is that air red? Why? Oh, spot on. Awesome. Why? Duet pie arm image. What is in that file? Interested in your selection of ball screws for Phoenix? There's a couple of different sources we've used across different builds. I believe mine are Honey Badger. Well, I wouldn't say they're Honey Badger, but they were sourced by Fabrico. Here, I want to see what's in that file. That's just an image file. Yeah, let's copy that out. Let's copy it out and paste it in. Andrew, welcome back. Phoenix is a commercial industrial size printing, not really a hobbyist machine. Mm-hmm. Is there any expectation that this is going to help or not? We are on the 320. Yes, we're on the RepRap firmware V2. Now it says it's been ridden. I don't trust it. I don't trust it, and I'm gonna move my reader to a direct port, and we're gonna run it again with that. It did have a boot FS partition on there, it looks like. Okay, so that's done. Let's change this. Use custom. We're gonna grab this instead. Open it, choose storage, that one, next. Make sure settings are good, save, yes, and yes. What's the chamber temp of the Phoenix? I don't have a chamber temp sensor in there, but it gets toasty. It gets surprisingly toasty in there. It has built in the design air circulation fans underneath the beds that move a lot of air. When it froze, you clicked it a second time. I did, but my mouse wasn't anywhere where it should have done anything. It was right here. So let's see what this does. I'll feel better if I feel better redoing it and hoping it comes out the other end without an error. It's 2,400 watts of heating, Randy. It's for 600 watt beds. And Max's is even more. I think Max's has 700 watt beds. Perfect for ABS. Wonder if it's worth insulating the panels as it's so big. There's probably some benefit to a certain level of insulation on it. I don't know. I'm running Phoenix on 120. All my beds are 120, but I've got this garage kitted out with power, so. I do have a 220 outlet, but I use that for the Milo. Almost done. Yeah. But not at the same time. Well, I could run the Phoenix and the Milo at the same time. The issue of the Elegoo Giga blowing breakers is the reason we have sequential heat up sequence. Yeah, so the beds don't heat all at once. Hey, Jeff. Yeah, that's okay. I've been excited about this stream for a while, so I don't mind it going a little while. I'd like to get through all 6 printers. So this is taking a little longer than I kind of expected, but I didn't really expect to do a full re-image of the Pi. But I want to. So I think the VZBot should be pretty straightforward. I do have a whole pile of PT1000 thermistors on their way to me, and the intent is to get some set up in printers for better like chamber and hot end control. Okay, that was successful. So I don't know if it was the moving the SD card reader or I clicked something or what, but single board, so flashing. So open Raspberry Pi, select the Raspberry Pi version, select the image, do that, set up Wi-Fi. If you have set up and it's unnecessary, so I did that. Optional, connected. Okay, so let's shut this thing down. PC shut down. You have any clue? Oh, it's hot enough to melt an end stop at some point in development. I've also printed a few tall things in and out of ABS and saw no issues. Okay, so this is that. Let's power this off and turn this on its side. Ink. Go. I'll wait on Phoenix. I have a Trudon 500. It's still a big printer. This is our fresh SD card. So this is all kinds of space in here. So the Duet Mini 5 Plus, the Pi, and then just power supply, SSR stuff. So all the room. Should be able to just pull this guy out, set it aside. Put that guy in. Okay, yep. I can get this powering on. Oh. Okay. Powering on. Let's see. May have a little bit of time waiting for OS stuff to, oh, well, it seems to be up. No, failed to connect. Let's give it a second. If you could pick from any of the DIY printers out there currently, not considering price, what would you build next? That I don't already have, and not a commercial, not something you can buy. If it's a, it's not something you can buy, so not like a rat rig. If it's something that's a community project type thing, if I could pick anything to build, it'd probably be a choice between something. Now, it would have been, before I realized how humongous this thing is, a Hevort would be fun to build. But that thing is a gigantic monster of a printer. I am no longer interested in building a Hevort, as cool as I think it is, and how fun it would be to build. Yeah, but beyond that, I don't know what I would be in terms of printers. I've built most of them. I've built most of the, or to some degree, some variant of. Yeah, the Hevort has the side electronics, and it's ginormous. I was going to say earlier, Steve, when I built my Trident, built the same specs as my 2 Triex Sapphire, so the build plate would work. Yeah, exactly. Oh, something happened here. Let's see. Let's reload this. Am I getting anything? I'm not getting anything. Why am I not getting anything? Let's see if I can SSH in. Did I screw something up with the network? It is not showing up on the network. So, oh, now it's starting to. So I think it didn't show up at first. I think it's still building stuff. Yeah, see, I've got that. This is progress. So, let me edit my known host file. Yep, things are coming up. I just had to be patient. Just have to be patient. Let the Pi do its thing. Yep. Yep, we are in. We are welcome to your new Duet 3. Close that. Do SSH keygen -R host name. Oh, really interesting. How have the software updates gone? Any major issues? No major issues. It's just stuff takes time. I think it's really just things take time. I feel like things have been pretty smooth. We haven't run into anything that required major research or calls for help. Okay, so that is done. This is all connected, everything's booted. What I think we need to do is go back to this document and restore the backup. So to restore the config files, you have 2 options. If you need to restore your G-codes directory as well, following first option is recommended. Note in either case, external plugins will need to be reinstalled. That's fine. I'm gonna just restore it with SFTP. So start your machine, connect to, and then enable SFTP again. So let's enable SFTP. And that's done. So now connect via FileZilla, potentially using a new credential. You may see a warning. Accept and continue. Restore contents from the local SD folder to there. And optionally turn off SFTP again. Okay. So we're just going to go, that's op DSF SD. So here we are going to, which printer? Let's update. Cause connection loss. Okay. Reconnect session. Here we are. Okay. So let's go op DSF SD, and then we can oh, really? Interesting. G codes. A few things there. I'm just looking. Sys. That's what I'm worried about, is sys copying over properly. Oh, okay, we're good. Do all of those go over here? Yes, we are going to overwrite the config.g. Cannot overwrite config.g. Okay, press delete. We'll delete and overwrite it. Write remote file. Destination directory already contains the DWC settings JSON. Want to overwrite the file. Do I want to overwrite that one or not? DWC settings. Does that have like my, where I put my macro buttons and stuff, or? I don't know if I want to do that or not. Does it say? Does it mention that here? No, it doesn't really mention the things you might run into. Oh, it's not that. I want here. New is that, existing is that. If you've changed them from default. Let's go ahead and override it then. Okay. So now, oops, that's not what I wanted. It is sort of. Power cycle everything, reboot, duet, and pi. Okay, we might as well do that from here. Sudo shut down now. I'm just gonna power cycle. Like baby step height, that type of stuff. Okay. Powered off. Powered back on. Oh, we've got... Oscar is out. Oscar is out. What are you going to do, Felix? Okay, it's powering back on. Did I have to do anything to get the display working when I set this up? Because it's not coming up. Ugh. Let's see. Connection established. Incompatible software versions. Do not match. That's fine. Good night, the GPs. Thanks for being here. Andy, we will have another filament giveaway when this printer is working. So it's different today. I use the full image. You've seen it not appear correctly. Accessing useful commands. I mean, we can check. Yeah, this is the full image. The other one said light. The other one said light. Where were we? Well, let's go through and get things up to, let's look here. So we've got things that are still on different versions. So now, Eclipse, thanks for the gift of memberships. We'll keep playing here. Maybe I touched something. Maybe I shifted it when I put the SD card in. I'm not going to worry about it quite yet. So now, updating firmware. Once the Raspberry Pi has established an internet connection, it is recommended to install the latest updates. 3.5 and later, users running the latest bookworm-based Dev Pi can use M997S2. Do it, Pi. This can take a few minutes. Be patient. Is that all I need to do? I don't need to actually download them, right? But I want to, hold on. But I want to say here, I need to say S2 and version. So what are the version names that I can use? Do you know what the version name is? Let's do something here. Let's get in here. And nope, I don't have any. I don't have any here. Let's do here. Let's cat it. We are on Bookworm. Okay. Now do the M997 route and take it all up to, where do I find the that name? Where would I find that name, that 3.6.0 beta 3? Because I imagine that has to be correct. Where would I find that? Unstable will be the newest. So you just choose unstable. Like here, for example, switches to the unstable speed. Okay, let's do this. Let's just do that right there. And it will take a few minutes, right? And is there any indication that anything is happening? There's no indication that anything is happening. Yeah, I'm not getting anything on the screen, so I imagine I probably bumped it. Let's find out. While we're giving that a few minutes, let's chance it and flip the printer over live. Did I do everything right? Should I expect that to be working? I don't like things that don't give a progress. Don't like when it doesn't give a progress. It should be outputting progress. It should. That's what I ran. I've never done this before, so I don't know. But This parameter to feed set package, feed to DSF packages, unstable, stable, unstable. There's no indicator at all that anything is happening. It just said, cool, we'll give you a green text here. We're good. This one good looking printer. So saying Paint World run, it may shine it, must lol. I don't know what to do here. I don't know if I should shut it off and investigate this screen thing, because everything looks like it's in the right spots for the screen, but I'm going to reseat the display. Doesn't say you have to run again. What I'm feeling like I want to do, seems borked. I just did it without, and it worked, but you will need to follow the instructions, set the Pi repo to unstable. What I'm going to do is shut this down then. I'm going to shut it down. I want to, I want to figure out why my display is not working. I have a feeling I need to edit the Pi config for the display to work. Hey, Dragonflame. Let's turn this off. Let me just make sure it's seated. Although this is just a WaveShare 13 or 4.3. Okay, that is seated. That's fine. That didn't change. And here is fine. Unless when I push this back down, I broke a wire or something. All that's fine. Turn this back up on its front. Back together. Still going. Yep. Still going. Let's pay attention to the screen as it comes up. See if we, okay, we're getting something there. That was corrupted. But we are getting a cursor now. So maybe I did have maybe I did knock something loose. The cable in there I have folded over, and then I had taped it to the bottom of the deck. I wonder if I caused a problem folding that over. So I'm not going to troubleshoot the screen. I'm not going to consider that a thing. I did push that back up in there, and I may have caused the last bend to break a connection. The way that came up, kind of a corrupted image at the first, has me a little concerned that there's something going on there. I'm not going to consider that part of the update. So we are here. We are going to instead come over here and run, we're going to run the basic M997S2, which should just update, right? Okay, there we are. This is what we would have expected. So we want to get it to whatever the latest, all stable version updates, and then we'll try going to unstable. Eclipse, this is all machine parts. All the red on here is, it's all Chaotic Labs machined parts, except the pulleys are the pouch red anodized pulleys. I think my first troubleshooting step on this display is I'm just going to swap that ribbon cable out for another one. Hey, no girl, I have a question. And good night, Derek. Thanks for being here. Are there any plugins or whatever for like print history in? Because I really like, I like knowing how many hours I have on a printer, how many things I've sent through it, and having that in on the Clipper printers has been kind of nice, and I like retaining that. Do you know if there's anything like that in RepRep? Ooh, 6 hours already. Micro Center still has the cheapest ones out there for the full kit. The Micro Centers that actually carry them, aren't they? Haven't they that have them still in stock? I don't think they're ordering any new ones. We're on printer 5 here, Troy, but we're making progress. We're making progress. Oscar is totally out. Felix has gone into the other room. I think there's somebody somewhere who has successfully managed to get it running. Just have to find out who. What are you trying to do? Another forever update. Could be. We can check it by just going here and see what it says. Nope, still being installed. Micron splash screen video. What like on one of these displays doing a different splash screen? I don't know what Micron splash screen. Seeing how much smoother when you update, said why not refresh my Trident after running so fine for the past 6 months since last update. Ask me how it went. Uh-oh. Just work through step by step. Start from the beginning. Find the right documentation. What's your setup like, Bugo? What are the things that you're updating? Controller, toolboards. What do you got? Hey, Steve's 3D. I'm just seeing what it's saying. Still updating. We are doing well. We are in starting hour 6. Or starting hour 7, right? Just finished hour 6 of updating printers. There are still filament giveaways to go. When this one is successful, we will be giving away another roll. And I'm going to jinx myself, but the VZBot should be a quick one. And then I'll have finished all 6 that I brought out here to be updated. I'd like to finish all 6, and I'm okay. I've got tomorrow off, so. All the upgrades went well, but it took you 2 hours to fix sensorless homing. Had to uninstall TMC auto tune. Ah. Okay, it's progress. I mean, we're getting messages here, so it's progressing. 12-hour stream tomorrow. I got to use tomorrow to get caught up on other stuff. And then, no, I'm sure if you weren't here earlier, this was yesterday's 5.5-hour stream. Working on the 3D Sets Reaper. This will be a full 8-scale RC car, but this is the version with the adjustable height suspension. That's the extra servo there. And using this really nice Protopasta custom color PLA. But yeah, I'm just seeing this here has me super excited about the whole vehicle. So this is 3D Sets. 3dsets.com is the company that makes these kits. So, and this is the members. So there's a for those that aren't aware, there's a channel members, the Charlie's Angels members. I do a stream, at least one stream per month, where we do stuff like this or other type projects, or maybe we work on a printer or something. But this was yesterday, and I'll be doing 2 of those streams per month until this one is done. So these are fog lights. The headlights are up here. I don't have the clear lenses printed for them yet. So these are supposed to be the fog lights. These are the headlights up here. Kind of hard to see because it's all black. And I've got a nice black background there, but. So ran into a little bit of a problem that I've reprinted parts to try to fix, but this is the frame that all goes on. And there's some embedded hex nuts here that when I just started to tighten them, they just spun. So I think part of that is I reprinted these with more walls and more infill. So hopefully that's a little stronger in those areas, but I'm going to put the nuts in and then probably put some super glue or epoxy on them to help hold them in place. Slept through the stream yesterday after running from business trip to Vegas Friday night. Ooh, fun. Trying to 10K if you have the ability to consider popping over and doing a donation. Oh, where are we at? I'm just pulling this up just to see if it's still saying updating. Oh, is it nope. Updates are still being installed. Oh, we got a new message there, so that's good. SPI connection has been reset. Progressing. Working lights. You can, a lot of these have kind of intended to be able to put LEDs and stuff in, but you have to do some modifications and figure out wiring and stuff yourself. I haven't been putting working lights in them. Look in the log file, paper cut print logger. Okay. This is a long process. Is this your experience or anybody's experience that's done this? I mean, this is a Pi 4. I think. Now I'm questioning myself. There's a chance it's a Pi 3. I might be able to see it. Let's see, where are you? It's on this side. It's a Pi 3. Pi 4 doesn't have a full-size USB on the side, right? I don't have a Pi 4 in here. Pi 5. What is this? It is a Pi 3. That's why it's taking so long. It's a Pi 3. Oh, we're making progress. It's a Pi 3. Well, I can see the side of it and it has a full-size HDMI on the side. Incompatible software versions. Well, why is it doing that now? Should be up to date. Oh, maybe it's doing another update. So maybe it's not done. Okay. Where are we at? Connecting. Incompatible software versions. Is it still doing updates? Let's look here. It didn't update. Oh, it didn't update the toolhead board. And it did go to beta 3. Okay. Is it doing the roto now? I think it's done with all this. So, oh, nope, nope, nope. Something's still working. I'm leaving it alone. I'm not touching it for a bit. What do we... No touchy. See what it says here. Incompatible software versions, but what is it? Doesn't have the duet web control or the toolhead boards are not up to the version. Okay. Do I just need to continue being patient? No, that one says it's there. Why didn't the other one? That's weird. Depending on what screen I'm on, it has a different duet web control. Is this something? What? Oh no, that's just reading them. This is all good. Scan address 121. Oh, what was that? Browser cache, you can force a toolboard. Right, but I don't want to do that if it's actively kind of updating in the background. How do I tell what's going on? Let's reload that. Yeah, that's correct. Okay, well, let's do it. It'll give me an error if it doesn't work, right? M997S3 B121. Firmware file, bootloader, bin not found. That didn't work. So if I go to, that's not what I want. If I go to, this is what I want the update. Connect single board, first boot. Up here, accessing useful commands. Other useful networking, change the SBC hostname. Let's go. Installing and updating firmware. Let's go download the firmware for the toolhead board. So we have downloaded the correct firmware before installing it. I want this with assets. I want the Revo Roto tool board. So let's download this. Save as. Throw it in here. Let's tell it I want to keep it. Nope. Let's go here and yes, of course. Where'd that update button go? Lost connection to duet, timeout. What is that? Your machine, I just checked back in, think you must be done, but no, it's still going strong. Yeah, we're doing good. Well, we got one little component here to update, and I'm not sure why it didn't update as part of the rest. And I'm concerned if I interrupt something here. We don't get the little update component board here, or button here, that we would have. We're at beta 3 for all the stuff. Can I go system and upload a system file here to get that? I think I can do this, and this, and this, and that. I think. Actually, I wanted the firmware directory. That's what I forgot. I wanted firmware directory, not system file. You're operating your machine in SBC mode. Please upgrade the firmware using DWC only if advised by the firmware developers. Yes, I'm going to upload that anyway. I'm going to install it anyway. Find new configuration. Restart main button. Is that it? Waiting for it to restart. Come on, restart. Come on. Oh, there we go. Patience. Patience. Clipper, main cell, etc. upgraded to work with the Pi 5s. Well, hold off because of the way the camera works on it. If you're not using a camera, it doesn't really matter, but a Pi 5 is quite overkill. It doesn't have a hardware encoder? Is that what the thing is? The Pi 5? Something about that? Come on, come back up. I'm going to switch this out for a Pi 4 at this point. There. All up to date. If at homes, we're done. If at homes, we're done. It is on the new version. Ugh. We are going to be careful here because I do have, this has been a bit. Error timeout while trying to open file. You stay open. Home all. Home all. We're still getting update things coming through. SPI connection has been reset. Timeout while trying to open a file. Oh, there we go. I've got my finger on the... Okay, that looks correct. Sorry for keeping my head in the way. Awesome. Okay, so now we should be able to do a what? What is the QGL? Is that, that's not G32. It's right? Or is it G29? What is that? I don't like that these doors like to default to closing. If I open a damn door, it should stay open. G32, okay. G32 is what we want to do. Ah. This is very, very annoying. I don't like doors that default to closed. The freaking Magneto X does that too, and it irritates me. At least these open 180 or 270 degrees or whatever. Okay, G32, let's watch it. Okay, I think it's too far out right now. I think this one. I think things are, I have 0.9 degree steppers on the Z on here, so it has extra movement. So I want it to be a little closer here, so let's do it again. And it's definitely not an optimized homing routine. So we will be doing a filament giveaway here. So get your name in if you haven't already. You don't need to do it twice. I pulled from the same pool of names. There will be no 3-second countdown. Okay, now G32. This is running the Duet Scanning Z Probe. And it is doing the thing. But it's not actually compensating. And why is that? So much sending done on helmets while you updated. Nice. Why is that doing that? Let's look at compensates in account due to probing error. No, that's an old error. That's not what I want. Cancel. There's no new error here. It just did it, but it's not giving me. I think it's I think I have configuration things in here that I need to fix, but I don't think it has anything. It doesn't have anything to do with the updates. So I'm gonna call this one. It homed. The QGL wasn't part of it. We've been doing Z tilt just because, but it homed. We're good. And it's at 6.5 hours. So we're gonna give away a roll of filament. Any complaints? Any objections? Good, thanks. Oh, we're not done yet. We got one more. We got one more. Let's shut that down. I need to figure out what's going on with that display too. Okay. Well, that's not good. Why is that shifted? Oh, it was shifted. Just to make it official, spin. Ooh. This one's definitely heavy. VZBot, hey, look at that. Oh. Okay. VZBot. Forgot to shuffle. I did. So the printer wins. Okay. We have the VZBot. This was the collab build with me and Daniel, ModBot, quite a while ago. And it works fine. It does have some print artifacts that a lot of people see. The thing I am going to try in troubleshooting that is swapping out the 48-volt power supply for a 24. So here is the electronics bay. We have a Fly Super 8 in there. Yep, Super Infinity. It's more impressive that you made it through 5 printers, that there has been consistently about 300 people. Yeah, thank you. About the filament draw? Oh, you're right. Well, I was going to do a filament draw. See, I am on hour 7 here. So we are drawing a roll of filament. That may extend the time it takes for what should be one of the more simple updates, right? Okay, we're drawing a roll of filament. I'm grabbing the name. So if you haven't entered, you have about 1 second to do so. I'm gonna give about 1 second. 1 of my seconds. Okay, copy those. How many times are we gonna shuffle this thing? Let's hear it. How many times are we gonna shuffle? I'm not gonna say a range because we have 1 left. We can go between 1 and 1. Let's see what we have here. Sanity, you said 2. We're gonna do 2. 1, 2, and spin. Roll a Polymaker filament for the 5th successful update. We have Smokin' Joe. Smokin' Joe, are you here? You have 2 seconds to say something. 2 minutes to say something. Smokin' Joe has 2 minutes, not 2 seconds. And Disposable Elite, we'll have 1 more roll to give away if you stick around. Smokin' Joe. Smokin' Joe, are you here? There you are. Congrats. Let's get this. Copy that. There is that. That means we can come over here and get my pre-populated there, and that, get the email. Okay, and you should have an email shortly. Congratulations. Awesome. Get rid of those. Now we are going to, I'm just going to plug it in. I'm not going to turn it around. We are going to plug it in and power it on. Got some fans that need to work their way in. Yeah, big thanks. Big thanks. I haven't said this enough today. Big thanks to Polymaker. I sent a quick message saying, hey, can I do this? They said, yep, no problem. Thanks for asking. So, big thanks. Makes this a little more fun, a little different, right? Yeah, I don't disagree, Tuxedo. It also makes it very easy to twist these top extrusions. If there's not something in place to keep them from twisting, especially on a V2, you got to be really careful not to twist those extrusions. You're going to impact your Z-belt tensions on a V2. Okay, we are going to, is this thing up and, yep, it's up and going. VZBot. What do we got? What do we got? The only thing we really have to worry about is, oh, we are on Bookworm even. Wow, how is this one on Bookworm? You know why it's on Bookworm? It's because, oh, this might be interesting. I think this is an image I got from Mellow because I was having trouble with the display. So this will be interesting. Let's refresh and see what happens. The MCU is on Clipper 11. The host is on 12. That's interesting. Hey, Juris. Want to fix this micro and finish yours? My VZBot is pre-kit days back when we started from a Trunksy. Yeah. Okay, it's refreshed, so let's update all. Oh, Oscar has been all over. So is Felix. The door is open though, so they can come and go as they please right now. Oscar actually left and came back. He is out though. He's got his chin resting on the side of the bed. So pull for the group on my Micron 18R1 with the ant head, wristwatch G2 or Sherpa, wristwatch G2. Good night, Delvin. Okay, while that's doing that, let's go and get the documentation, which should be here for the Super 8. And I think, I don't know. Oh, this is the Pro. So it's a Super 8 Pro. Super 8 Pro. Right, here's what we want. And Clipper. And we are doing Clipper with USB. And we're not doing a CAN bridge mode. Updating Clipper on USB. What do we say? What do we do? USB, we're saying make config. Oh yeah, we're just doing a flash device. So this will be the same as the Octopus. So we could be close. So this is OS updates everything. So this takes a good while. This is a good while. What do folks think? In general, anything mostly positive for today's stream? Was this a good thing to do? Are there any other types of things like this that we could look at? There is status. Not having status on the rep was interesting. But remember, we updated a CAN board there. Did you catch it? Did you catch us updating CAN on the rep firmware board? On the rep firmware? machine? The CAN update that was one line? Maybe one download file and one line? That is what RepRap firmware does very well, is CAN. It will be nice when Clipper works towards something that easy. I think the thing I hope that people get out of it is when you run into something, there's usually some piece of documentation somewhere that we can refer to. And I try to hit those documentation locations as much as possible and highlight that I'm doing so. We did not do any Marlin updates today. I don't own any Marlin printers. The closest I have are the Prusa machines, and those are running not really Marlin. Full process, just dusting off, yeah. I update multiple boards with a single line. That's assuming everything works in that script, that something hasn't changed. You don't have to troubleshoot some line in that failed because an update was changed the way that works. It's interesting that the people who generate scripts, does this make sense? I'm kind of formulating this. People that generate scripts for doing this kind of stuff are the people that could do it anyway. People that use scripts. The people that could use the scripts wouldn't be able to troubleshoot it if it went wrong. So in my feeling is I'd rather know the manual process so that I learn how to troubleshoot it when it goes wrong. Was that coherent at all? We touched very slightly on the bamboo thing, but as you know, I don't do big hot takes. I definitely am not a fan of bamboo, and I never have been. I don't talk about it much because I don't want to just portray a negative thought there. So it's hopefully something changes, something comes out of it, but it's not a great thing, especially when they've built up this momentum with folks that don't necessarily care about that kind of stuff, and it'll continue to be the recommended printer by most people out there, because most people aren't us. Right, Michael, that makes total sense. But then from my point of view, where I'm trying to teach other people to do things, people that aren't necessarily capable of doing these scripts, I'd rather teach them the process than teach them to copy a script and use it. Oh, I heard oh, there you are. Hey, buddy. You gonna come up here? Here he comes, here he comes. Come on. There we go. It's been watching almost 7 hours in. Well, I'll let it out now. We're gonna give away 2. We're giving away 2 rolls of filament at the end here. We're gonna do 2 in a row. I pulled 7 codes today. I pulled 7 codes. So give folks a little incentive to stick around just this little bit longer. I pulled 7 because I figured if for some reason we got through 6 of these just like that, then I was gonna pull out. I don't know if Nomad will hear this, or I don't think he's here. I was gonna pull out the V3 positron, which is guaranteed to be the very oldest setup I have. But we won't be pulling the positron out. We're just going through. It's doing mainsail now, so it's gotten through the OS updates. Hey, Johnny Boy Tech. Another 15 hours it works. So take as long as you want. We are at 300 likes. Good job. Awesome. I think this is probably the more entertaining view right now. This is a beastie little printer, and it's interesting. It's not, it's been every print I've sent. I don't think I've had a failed print, but the little print tuning has been challenging. So I'm hoping swapping out this power supply. I have it. It's in here somewhere. I think it's over there. It's going to make that a little easier. I'm just going to punch it off. No. Where did you get the orange extrusions for the Triex? Those are LDO extrusions. They used to offer orange. My first Trident, not my first Trident, the first one I built after Trident release was that printer. It was a 250 build. But at the same time, I got a 350 extrusion set. So I used those, or I got the 350 from somewhere. I didn't get it at the same time. I got them from somewhere else later. But yeah. Even making a script isn't 100% copy and paste. Still need to be able to set up your individual device details. Mm-hmm. And I agree. That's why I said at some point I'm going to go through that. We'll do that on a build. I just wasn't ready to do it today, and I'm glad I didn't. I mean, it's 7 hours, basically 7 hours updating 6 printers. We wouldn't have gotten through as many as we did. Oh, hey. We are on air updating mainsail, of course. So that's fine. Let's do this, and then let's do the clipper. Do the update. For the price, would you build a V0 or a solid fork? Are they the same price? Oh, that's a tough choice. That's a tough choice. I'd probably build a solid fork. If they're the same price, I'd build a solid fork. Yeah. Okay, Clipper updated, Moonraker update. Yeah, I'd build a 180 for sure. You're right. Solid fork does have more everything. For For a small amount more, I would build a solid fork. Let's put it that way. For the bed stability. That's right. Yeah, add to this Trident serial numbers. That's true. That's a good point. Why do I have, oh, this is because there's fluid stuff in here because this is an image I got from, this is an image I got from them that has both. The thing with self-leveling is my V0, I've traveled with my gold V0 and not adjusted the bed. I've driven it from here to Colorado and here to Orange County and back and not adjusted the bed. Okay. So I'm not going to update the fluid stuff, but we've got things in like hold resonance as an invalid name. Let's get the firmware updated. So on the controller. Let's get that updated before we go too far. It says HPI at VZBot. Oh no. Please tell me this, I changed this. Oh good. Oh good. I'm glad it wasn't whatever Mello did for the image I used. This is just going to be a plain clipper. Make clean and make menu config. So there, and we have an STM and a 723, right? Let's double check. Fly Super 8. We are a 723, 128K bootloader. What? That seemed interesting. 128K bootloader. Let's see if we can cross-check that with see if Esoterical has this. Mellow Fly Super 8 Pro. So, Clipper. 128K. Yep. Okay. Let's 128. Oh, 25 megahertz crystal. We are USB. We are not using CAN bridge mode, and there. So that should be good. Now, serial /by-id. So now we go make flash device equals. I'll copy and paste that. Enter. Sent out a nice note about the box turtle. Is that with the MJF parts? The little fit issues with the MJF parts? Yeah. Oh, yeah, I could have done J4. You're right. Failed to flash. Error running DFU utility. Finished. Didn't give me an option. Oh. Why didn't that come up? Okay, this is really loud. File download successfully, should be good. The bootloader option got renamed. Okay. I didn't have any other option there, any other choice. I just checked. The CPAP fan is on full tilt right now. I think that's what's going. Yeah. See what it says here. Oh, this is the hold resonance error is on. I'm going to shut this thing down. Oh, boy. We're on the last printer. Is he low? Okay, let's power back on. Why is that on? That's why. It's hooked up to the fan port that the bootloader is set to turn on in an air state. That really should be the hot end fan that's plugged into that port, not the CPAP. We're talking about box turtle. You do have okay. Can't register hold resonance. What is that from? Yeah. Hold resonance. It's not there. Can't register hold resonance. Once the underlying issue is corrected. Was that coming across? There's no tool head. There's no tool head. Okay. Printer is updated. Let's figure out what was going on there. So that was in the, now that I can talk without feeling like it's gonna be too loud. That's what I was wondering, is why is there a period at the end? Does that make that's not what makes a hidden, was working overtime, yeah. This hold resonance, is there something there? Did that get entered there somehow and cause an error? Should that be there? Let's just see if it's as simple as that. Let's close that. Yeah, that's what thank you, Hacker Jack. I knew it was something like that. Period at the end didn't sound right. That's weird that never, if that's what was going on, save and restart. Yeah, that's what it was. I don't know where that period came from and why it didn't cause an error before. Something I want to look at, because that's really irritating, is where these fans are plugged in. And I can't, they're not labeled. I never labeled them, so I don't know which one. Okay, we can do that. We can do this. Let's look at Fly Super 8. Let's look at the pin diagram first. Look at the pin diagram, and we've got this picture here, which is our fan setup. Now let's look at the config. Machine. Where's the printer config? And now go down to the fans. So we've got print cooling fan and hot end fan. So PA0 and PF8. So PA0 and PF8, we want to swap. PF0 and PA0 and PF8. PA0 PF8. What is PF8? Do we know what PF8 is? Is that correct? PF8, PA0. Trying to figure out where PF8 is. PF6, PB, PF7. Where is, it's over here. PF8. Now, does that have to be PF8 is the part cooling fan. That's that guy right there. I can't just swap that. Why is that one turning on? It is, I know, sorry. Why is that one turning on when the thing's in an air state? It should be whatever the default hot end fan is, shouldn't it? Set the pin for CPAP and firmware so it is high when firmware is not initialized. Okay, I'll look into that more. That's not out of scope. That's an annoyance, but that's out of scope. We are at 7 hours. We're gonna home this thing and draw a roll, 2 rolls of filament. It is up to date. Scope of the stream has been met. It is up to date. The controllers are up to date. We are going to home it. There we go. Move, home, home all. Average 1 hour, 10 minutes. That's not bad. Long stream today, we learned a few things. Awesome. That is all there is to homing this. There is no probe. It is a end stop switch. I have not had any problems with that, aside from I don't agree with the way that the end stop switch is set up. It's similar to a V0, and I think it needs to be more like a V0.2. So either home to the end or home to something that has some over travel. So the problem with this is, let's see if I can, right here is an adjustable screw that goes up and hits an end stop switch. There's no over travel on that. If you try to over travel that, you're going to risk breaking the switch. So what I actually want to do is swap that out for a Hall effect switch so that it can trigger it but still go beyond it, so I can set an offset that's in a negative direction and not cause any problems. Does that make sense? Generally update MCUs when doing updates to Clipper. I don't know. I wouldn't take that away, Nico. I definitely wouldn't take away that you should generally update MCUs when updating Clipper. There are very few updates to Clipper that actually require an update to the MCU. Look at the changelog, look at the notes, see what has changed and what's required to get whatever feature you're after, whatever fix you're after, whatever. I would definitely know what you're getting into before you go for an update. Because most of them, the vast majority of updates don't require an MCU update. When you consider how many Clipper updates there are versus ones that require MCU updates, it's very few. So, okay, let's do this. This is the last 2 draws. So we are going to pull. There is no 3-second countdown. I've had 7 hours to get entered. So I'm about to export the thing, and I'm only going to export this once. We're going to draw 2 out of the same pool. So you've got as long as I've been talking about it to have gotten in. And Mr. Felix really wants attention. So you get a cat back scratch worth of time as well. So, who's been here since the start? There are a number of folks. We still have 270 people here. So, we are doing phenomenally. I should have started my countdown at the beginning of stream and said, there's your 3 seconds. The 3 seconds lasts until the last draw. Okay. Let me copy that. Let me paste that. And let me unpublish that form so folks don't. There we go. No more accepting responses. I would say if you were here within the from the point I started working on the first printer, I'd consider that the whole stream. And nobody got in while I was waiting, while I was dealing with canceling or unpublishing it. So here we are. Okay, we have updated 6 printers. So let's do a number between 1 and 6. Brittany Harris, you said 3. We're going to do 3. 1, 2, 3, and spin. Same rules, got to be here 2 minutes once name is drawn to say something in chat. Filippo Pisano, are you here? Did I miss anything? Filippo, 2 minutes to say something in chat. Congratulations. If you're here. Congratulations if you're not here. You're in the Polarted Club. Filippo Pisano. Pisano? Are you here? There might be some rerolls. This is true. It is a very long stream. Very long stream. With lots of opportunities to enter. And there are people that might have been here for an early roll. And are... But we got 1 minute. Paisano. Paisano. That sounds good. I think this is the longest stream we've done in a long time. I don't know when the last time we topped 7 hours was. Hey, I just got my Amazon delivery. A few bits and pieces for... I am hungry. I am hungry. You have 10 seconds. Filippo. The 1441. I wasn't on there for that long though. Now, sorry Filippo. We are going to shuffle and re-roll. While we're waiting, can you please tell me what is that screw sorting cabinet you've got there? Those are Acro Mills, AKRO-MILS. I'm just gonna shuffle a few. We'll get a number to shuffle on the next one. We've got another roll to do after this. Next project, 3D sets. We can't decide. Which do you think? The 240Z is my very favorite. Ken Schaefer, are you here? Ken Schaefer, are you here? I like the 240Z. This Reaper is going to be fun, but I'll tell you if I like it better than 240Z after, but I just like the looks of the 240Z. Ken Schaefer, congratulations. Are you here? Yeah, for these bins, I've modeled a bunch of little inserts for them, and other people have remixed it, and there's a lot of those kind of things that are out there now for other bins as well. Now, I'm really excited to see what they're coming out with next, because if that's a 68, 69 Camaro, or even if it's a Barracuda or something like that, then I'm on board. These you can find on Amazon, these Acro Mills bins on sale. No Ken Schaefer? We got a little under a minute left. A little under a minute. I've got a timer going. Ken Schaefer. I don't think it's a Mustang. I really don't think it's a Mustang. I think the lines are wrong for a Mustang. Well, I've already done the Sublime for the Sandy. That's a good Sublime color. My dad had a 71 Super B. That was Sublime. Oh, we got 3 seconds. 3 seconds. Okay. Zombie Hedgehog has his wacky stacky bins that look good. Yeah? Okay, we're gonna shuffle this a few times. Let's try again. I like Zombie's concept on those wacky stacky bins. Just G. Just G. We do not want 3 Polar Ted Club members. So, hopefully you're here. Just G. Now, is that G or is it just G? Is it going to show up in chat as just G or G? I like the concept that Zombie has with those bins because you can shift them around and have different size bins on a row. I really like it. I do. It's just so much filament and so much print time for some of those full printable organization things. And to duplicate this would take a lot of stuff. Just G. You got 40 seconds. Yep, we figured we'd get a lot of these. 8 more rerolls each. Nah. There's not, I mean, it's 430 entries. We've had a peak over that on this stream. So the number of entries is very reasonable for this. But we got 14 seconds. Just G. Well, that's all, folks. Okay, I'm gonna shuffle it up again. Probably 2 names at a time with 2 minutes. We got Daza 2924. Daza, please be here. Daza. What's the difference between solid fork and tiny T? Solid fork is 1515 extrusions and tiny T is still 2020. Daza 2924, are you here? You are here. Thank you for being here. Let's get that. Okay, we're back. So I want to know for the next shuffle, this is the last roll of filament, how many Polar TED Club members do you think we're gonna have today? We've had 4. How many do you think we're gonna have? I did charge the first one. Hey, Maker Viking. Let's see. Nico says 5. Let's go for it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's weird. That other one was charged and it only hit 4 hours. Travis Smartly. Smartly, are you here? You have 2 minutes to say something. Congratulations. Travis Smartly. Disposable Elite, thanks for becoming a member. And Travis Smartly is here. No new Polar TED Club members on this draw. Awesome. Let me get through here. Congrats. There we are. And my last prepped. See, I prepped. I did 7 times the prep today. Oops. Did 7 times the prep work today. Okay. You have a email on the way. Cat there. Thank you for being around for that very long stream. I had a lot of fun with that. There were no frustrating moments. That was awesome. There were no frustrating moments. So hopefully that gives a few people a little more confidence to at least know what to look up, where to go for stuff like that. Big thanks to Polymaker for letting me do a little different filament giveaway today and really expand on it. And thanks for all the new members and gifted members. So we'll be back next Sunday, potentially starting on the box turtle. We'll see what I end up scheduling for Sunday, but Sunday will be the next stream. So with that, hope you have a good rest of your week. Those of you in the US that might have tomorrow off, I hope you enjoy it. Take care and enjoy the build.